willing to accept or recognize, because this is the Aloha State. We welcome everyone, but there are so many aspects of our culture and our society here in Hawaii that really lend itself to that, unfortunately. So she is, again, speaking of the culture in this place of not speaking up, not questioning. And so when we are coming before you folks, questioning things, um, this is why we want to protect this institution. We don't want to see it looking bad and possibly going away. This is important for our people. So all of these things I read to you in hopes that you will take it to heart um, in the way you conduct business here. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ka'iolani. I just want to assure you and our lahui that every member on this board is supportive of this audit. And we do not have a problem with the monies required for it. It's already been budgeted. So,
Glad to hear that.
yes, we just want to assure you of that. Our
Madam Chair.
next person on the list is Kelly Imakikau.
Good morning.
Aloha, Katie.
Morning, members of the board. I sent in my testimony yesterday. I'm hoping to
We did
everyone.
get it.
Okay, I'm glad you guys got it for the record. I'm just going to read highlights of it, and then some discussion afterwards might entail. Aloha to the members of the RM committee. I submit my testimony today in strong support of action item number RM 17-06 to approve SOQ number RM 2017-35, requesting statements and qualifications for auditing services for the financial audit management review. The last four state audits have clearly identified financial malfeasance practices at OHA, and given the recent OHA check registry that was made public in 2016, it's clear that things as procurement and ethical spending practices and awards have not been followed as mandated by law, but rather on a reckless need-to-know basis, as such as the 33 million plus into a tribal nation building process yielding no results, and many contracts paid out for services for projects not completed or even undertaken. In January 2017, a new board chairperson was elected, and it was in the process of conducting said forensic audit of all OHA assets and holdings and financial awards, grants, etc. However, after enduring a coup, which resulted in the reorganization of the board, namely a new board chair, a public decision was finally made that a financial audit was going to happen, and such was adopted by both RM committee and the BOT. Now, sources are outside this office are reporting that much talk behind the scenes by certain OHA trustees on how to possibly derail or delay Wednesday's vote on this item. If this is true, then OHA will again have violated the people's trust as well as their oath of office as to administering the assets truly, faithfully, in best use and value as prescribed by law. I personally recommend that the current audit committee undertake a 5-year audit to be fully and adequately funded and given complete discretion and autonomy, so that a true and accurate report can be presented to the BOT and public. As such, an independent audit or financial specialist should be retained to complete that task. At the end of my statement here, I actually cut and pasted some of the qualifications from the committee, whatnot, as far as auditor qualifications. If you look, this is pretty much the same 5. Some have been augmented. The number 1, a licensed CPA in the state of Hawaii be preferred, not necessarily mandate, because having talked to other auditors out there, there are people out here who are not necessarily accredited but could be vetted into the firm process. Number 2, complying with government auditing standards for continued education, independence, and peer review. Number 3, personal experience in forensic auditing and fraud examinations. Number 4, experience in corporate, construction, union, property management, government, and non-profit accounting. And then number 5, has not been retained by OHA in the last 6 physical years. I also attached with that my testimony an example. I gave you one said Ka'iolani Martinez's resume of her experience being a financial auditor herself, so that you guys could actually look at someone rather than just speculate. Just have someone that actually has some of the credentials in there. And I also believe she's actually hoping to be considered possibly for the position if it were to come up or be a part of the team in particular. So that's also something to look about. Um, that's my statement in accordance. But I would like to move now to the rumors. What you were, Auntie, you just stressed good that the audit is moving on. There's a lot of talk now, and it was circulated, especially when the new board was formulated, that the only way that such an audit would be undertaken would be to derail it via funding and so forth. Now we're getting rumors about other fundings being going into certain other projects and so forth. Um, Members of the Lahui would ask like to see the budget for these fiscal years, but we can't seem to get that. I was told it was up on the website. I couldn't find it this morning, and so forth. So I don't know if we're getting the allocations properly for certain projects that are going to be made, or are we going to possibly be continuing frivolous spending in other departments? And if that is true, then I think we would have been going, if we go that course, I think we have gone very much astray to what was not only represented by the people's lament here, but by your very own dollar when you paid for the striker. You quote the survey, which said things like nation building and so forth was the last thing on their mind. Things like bread and butter issues were supposed to be addressed, and I don't have to remind you what those are, and so forth. So, an audit that is completely discreet and given full autonomy will only lead to that and find out this. And lastly, if that is accomplished and whatnot, the auditor, like my friend here has indicated, actually wouldn't take that much time because that person should be given free and legal grasp to maneuver around this office without any headaches, hamperings, or discrepancies, and to deliver a report. It's a partnership. It's going to be between this firm or whoever's hired, and then of course your CFO will have the last say in this matter. So I'm blessed to hear what you have said earlier to the other speaker, but given the complexity and the history of this office and its members, I still have my reservations that something like this is going to pop up and somehow be derailed. So I look forward to actually seeing it when the gavel gets banged down and it is commenced. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Thank you, Kelly. Um, yes.
Um, I just want to say that in regards to the budget, Trustee Lindsay has said to the board that if we had recommendations for each of the trustees to look at the budget, we had recommendations to write them and hand them over to her. So I don't know about the other trustees, but I have certainly done that.
Thank
So
you.
I don't know where we are yet.
Well, I just want to assure you that all of the board members and our administration are working intensely on trying to make everything fit within this budget. So it's, it's a jumble right now, but I don't see any threat for the monies for the audit.
I think the biggest concern is it's not so much that monies are not going to be allocated. It's in the form of money because unfortunately our corporate behavior kind of intends. Um, I think the Lahui would like to see. Okay, I can't speak for that. Like, I would say I would like to see something in the realm of say up to $1 million allocated to doing that because that would guarantee thorough results. But I'm not too sure if that's going to necessarily happen, but I know it could happen because I know some of the provisions the way it is. But I then would like, I think what would happen is a discrete amount would then be offered, and then the excuse would be, well, funding what had been made allocation. So something rather than zero is still positive rather than negative. But in case of an audit, and like I said, I've been speaking to people in this credential, if you give them the resources and the values to do this, they'll pop up. And of course, looking at the report from the auditors, it just seems highly unlikely because I guess the project date when they want to so-called come back and deliver it is in next year. And unfortunately, I myself, as a politician, realize that elections are coming up, very certainly. So things like this do, unfortunately, have a way of sneaking into the bid and whatnot and playing a factor. So I'm just hoping, again, that it's kept clean, it's fully funded, because if it does, the truth will come out, and that's all the people want.
Thank you, Kelly.
Okay, thank you.
And don't listen to rumors. Trustee Apo.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to, first of all, thank all the testifiers. I think the one consistent message that we certainly have not turned a deaf ear of transparency on money. First of all, I'm not sure how much more we can do than unanimous voting on the audit question. That in fact we are committed to this audit, not because we feel pressured into doing the audit, although having the public testimony that supports it is good, and we welcome all of that. But because we recognize ourselves that we need to do this self-examination. That's the primarily,
Right.
I think, why we all support the audit, and we all have questions as to how we can perform better. So I don't have any problem with people coming to the table and offering suggestions, recommendations, concerns on how we can become a better organization. Certainly, we're working on it. The last thing I'd like to say is, on the business of our engaging beneficiaries, there are three elected bodies in this state: the state legislature, city councils, and the Office of Foreign Affairs. We are the only of those three bodies that offers opportunity for anyone to come to the table under community concerns to say whatever they want to say, and we welcome that because it's a good barometer for us. You would never see this happen at the legislature, and you certainly don't see it at city councils. So I hope that message gets out there that we are open to criticism, we are open to comment, and we do listen. So we don't always do everything that everybody wants us to do, but that's the process we have when 9 of us have to get our stuff together. And then when you throw in that and again, I'm not arguing against the Sunshine Law. The fact that the legislature exempts itself from the Sunshine Law so they can talk about anything behind closed doors, we don't have the benefit of being able to vet issues with more than one other trustee. And so when we get these huge proposals, a couple of which are coming to the table today, it will be the first time that 9 of us are able to even talk about it. So the slowness in which we're able to operate and respond to beneficiary concerns is because the process itself that we are forced to abide by, and I think it's a good process, takes time. Thank you.
Trustee Leahuisa?
Yes, part of the ad hoc committee for the audit, to the request for proposal. We worked hard, and I give credit to Paul, who did a lot of this. This is the request right here. So I don't know, Kili, if you saw this. Sound like you saw it already because you're talking
No,
about.
no, I saw the report that was given at the
Because
committee.
we are going to go 5 years. First was 3, now it's
Oh.
5 years.
No, that was just me guessing.
Huh?
I actually included these year changes because I took into consideration that Trustee Machado is now back in chair situation, so I wanted to give some wiggle room space for not looking that I'm centralizing on the current chair, then Bob's term, and then so on and so forth. So I wanted to open it up so that there's some wiggle room there, because sometimes administrations and voting procedures in government, administrations tend to
I
come into
understand.
others. So
I
that's
understand.
why I just
Got your
opened it up.
email.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Peter Trustee is right about getting together because we're not like the ledge, we're not. They're immune to sunshine law. They can just talk. If Peter and Kali and I talk, that's already breaking sunshine law. So this is the first time. Maybe others can talk about this today. And we're going to do the audit, but I don't think it will cost $1 million. We got to watch Donald, President, too, about taking away all our money.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Kili.
I wanted to ask just one last point. I noticed on the agenda now your agenda is now also state public testimonies rather than beneficiary comments and concerns.
On the bottom?
No, no, number 3, agenda as item. Last time I spoke, when we went through the whole deliberate, and then you disclosed why you were switching from beneficiary comments to public testimony and so forth. The committees, I actually praised them. I wasn't necessarily in agreement with that, but the 2 committees were still using the old format, where at number 3. But number 3, I noticed in today's one, it says public testimony. So the committees are adhering to the leadership of the
I
BLT?
wanted to respond to that. That's the call of the chair.
to determine how they would want to set the agenda.
Yeah, no, that's what, I mean, the last meeting I had praised them because I myself like the old format better, and I've stated my reasons why. And the last meetings I attended, they were both still under that old header. Today's meeting, I noticed number three is now the wording is subscribing to this one. So
Well, I think that opens it up to even non-beneficiaries. If they choose to come and testify, they're welcome to.
okay,
Yeah.
no, no, I'm just saying we're following the format of the other one now. Okay, yeah, okay.
Madam Chair, I wanted to make a comment on the issue of the biennial budget. Chair Hulu Lindsay will be conducting a workshop for the trustees, which is scheduled for next week, Wednesday, specifically to address the biennial budget. And I just wanted to comment also on the public testimony portion, with your testimony. The fact that you came on the public testimony and you addressed the issues that you wanted to bring to attention, it'll help us make decision making easier, rather than people taking and we have to wait out your turn to come and address the key issues on the agenda. So to me, it's valuable that your comment on the public testimony has specifically addressed the SOQ, what is it called now? SOQ number RM 2017-35. And then yet you can come back on the community concerns on the I to address whatever you choose to. So I appreciate the clarity on your issues relating to this SOQ. Okay, so thank you, Keali'i Makekau.
Thank you, Kelly E.
Following Kelly.
Calling on Lei Momikan.
Thank you, Melissa.
Aloha, Chair Lindsay and members of the Committee on Resource Management. Aloha kakahiaka.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Um, I am going to give testimony on behalf of two separate and distinct organizations. I need to make that very clear because one is political and one is nonprofit. The first that I will give testimony on behalf is the Democratic Party of Hawaii Hawaiian Affairs Caucus, and I believe you all have a copy of that testimony. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of things. One, the caucus, the executive committee had discussions in reviewing the RM 1706. In that discussion, we recognized and appreciated very much the past audits that have been done and the fact that OHA publishes an annual report highlighting their program achievements, as well as the financial statements and the report of independent certified public accountants. However, we know of no audits in the past 5 years that provided a comprehensive review of whether execution of policy decisions were done properly in accordance with law and procurement policies and without favoritism. And so in that respect, we support an independent, fair, and objective audit of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs that would result in a report on the effectiveness of its programs, their management, and whether procurement contracts were done in accordance with law and procurement policies and without favoritism. We note, though, that the SOQ number 2017-35 seems biased in that it focuses on an audit to, quote, produce evidence of fraud, waste, and abuse, rather than an audit of management operations and procedures and compliance with procurement laws and policies. A report that does so, meaning looking at the management procedures, operations, and compliance with laws, should result in an identification of best practices. We should recognize best practices also, as well as any fraud, waste, abuse, or favoritism. We also believe that the sooner the audit is done, the better, so that OHA trustees can direct their energies to accomplishing OHA's mission. rather than being continually distracted by allegations and accusations of wrongdoing. Um, and so that is the testimony that I leave with you on behalf of the Democratic Party of Hawaii Hawaiian Affairs Caucus. And now I'll turn myself to the Palama Hawaiian Civic Club. By the way, I am the chair for the Hawaiian Affairs Caucus, and know that in both situations of where I hold leadership positions, when I come to speak to you, it is with discussions and input. It is not solely Leimomi Khan's comments, and you are welcome to check with any of our members to confirm that. Okay, with regard to Kalihi Palama Hawaiian Civic Club, I am the president. The executive committee wishes me to submit these comments for your consideration regarding RM 2017-35. We feel the scope and tone of the contract seems to be negative and biased in terms of its primary scope, that is to specifically identify any fraud, waste, and abuse. And in fact, one of our directors said, it appears that it's a codified witch hunt. We believe an objective audit would look at specific areas for compliance with policies, rules, laws, or procedures, the outcome of which may be identifying any fraud, waste, and abuse and our best practices. We should not assume at the outset that the Office of Hawaiian Affairs has conducted its business in a fraudulent manner and resulting in waste and abuse of its resources. We are concerned about the employees who work for OHA and the morale of their staff when we go on, quote, as one of our directors indicated, in their view, a witch hunt. As to the need for the audit itself, we noted that the Attorney General completed an audit in December 2016, but they did not audit the financial data that was provided for informational purposes, and they did not present any conclusions about the effectiveness of programs and or management and whether the program should be continued. Thus, the Kalihi Palama Hawaiian Civic Club supports an independent audit of OHA. And we believe that doing so would either affirm allegations of fraud, waste, abuse, or favoritism, or find that such allegations were unfounded. Any audit done must be fair and objective. Mahalo for allowing me to deliver these testimonies this morning.
Thank you, Leimomi. Trustee Akana?
Yes, and thank you, Naomi. You're consistent. Thank you for coming this morning. With regard to the Democratic caucus
Yes.
testimony,
Yes.
what they say the audit should be on is really done every 4 years by the state audit. So they do the programs, they do the management, and they do the other things that you mentioned in this letter, in both letters. So I think that perhaps we were misleading in how the audit reads, but certainly we're going to look at all of these things, and certainly we're going to look at anything that was done improper as well. As you know, I mean, you've seen the headlines. I mean, we haven't made this stuff up. People are looking at us, the state procurement, the Attorney General's office. So it's important for us to look at everything. And it's not a witch hunt. It is, we're going to look at, I don't know how many years we're going to really look at, because I don't think we've made a decision yet on how many years we go back and what this is going to cost. But certainly that's all part of the discussion that we're going to have in our workshop. So I think the chair can answer more clearly on what the scope will be. But I'm sure it's going to cover these areas as well. It's just not going to focus on those 3 areas. But certainly, if those things come up, yes.
Yes, may I respond? Sure. Mahalo nui, Trustee Akana, and I'm so glad to see you here this morning because I understand you had a little medical issue. So I'm glad to see that you're looking well this morning. I'm also glad to hear that the audit will in fact be broader and not, I'm hoping not just simply focused on going out and finding all the things wrong. You know, in any household, even our personal households, if one looks, we goof. It's how significant that goof is. And it's just that when we look at the way the SOQ, is that what it's called? Yeah, the SOQ reads, it just seems like we're specifically looking for fraud, waste, and abuse. We think the other side of that is also looking at best practices and trying to be fair and objective in whatever audit is done. And so appreciate that. We did look at all of the audits since 1997, I think, that the Attorney General has done because it's posted on the website. Interesting reading.
Thank you,
Mahalo.
Leimomi. Trustee Apo?
First of all, thank you, Limon. You know, it occurred to me while you were with respect to the Democratic Caucus. I think one of the things you're going to see emerge out of this sort of perhaps reawakening is too dramatic a word of the work that we're going to be doing. The audit is certainly an important part of it. But looking at our governance model, I think there's going to be a lot of discussion in the next 6 months over where we are with our governance model. I mean, one of the things that occurs to me is being more in touch directly with groups like the Democratic Party, Hawaiian Caucus, and equal opportunity for the Republican Caucus. We have an advocacy unit that deals with legislative matters and state policy, and I think it would behoove us to reach out to you folks, and even if it were a matter of being able to receive from you folks any minutes of your meetings as just a regular ongoing thing that we crank into our system, and we share that information with all trustees so that you don't have to keep coming to the table for nothing. But I think you are going to see this kind of reach out and better connect in terms of two-way communication and including the Hawaiian City Clubs.
Thank
Trustee
you.
Aquina?
Thank you. Madam Chair, thank you, and thank you, Leimomi. Appreciate you being here today. I just want to make a statement to my fellow trustees and to our beneficiaries and Leimomi as well. And that is, I believe that we are on the same page with our heart. We all care about the advancement of the Native Hawaiian people. We care deeply that the resources that we have been allowed to steward as trustees of OHA are used for the purposes of advancing the Native Hawaiian people. So I want to thank you, Leimomi, for your work. I also want to share that what you expressed today has been the value of the Audit Advisory Committee, which I've had the privilege of chairing. Our goal has been not to design a proposal that seeks what is wrong, nor seeks what is good, but to be as objective as we could. And so we've taken pains to get procurement counsel, legal counsel, and so forth to follow the best practices of national auditing. And there are standards of organizations that we took pains to follow. So I believe you will be pleased, as trustees I hope will be pleased today with the final product of the SOQ that we present in order to do one thing. Not to praise OHA, not to condemn OHA, but to put the truth, as Trustee Peter Apo spoke earlier, we want to be committed to transparency, so we share that heartbeat. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leimomi.
Thank you.
Before we move on, I'd just like to say that we also received written testimony from Moku Okeawe beneficiary, Teresa Lynette Keohunani Tabor. Aloha. They're watching our live stream. And I know that all of the trustees received this testimony, so I won't go further into it. We also received a testimony from Mililani Trask on the same subject, supporting the SOQ. So I hope that the trustees' comments have assured you that we are not having a problem with the audit. The timing is not being slowed down on purpose, actually. We're moving ahead as fast as we can. And later on in our meeting, we'll be describing the audit a little bit more. So right now, I'd like to move on to new business, A, and turn the time over to our CEO and our land manager.
Mahalo Chair, Trustee Lindsay. We will be having a presentation by our land program regarding our comprehensive management of our Waukele Opuna. I'd like to call upon Land Manager Jonathan Ching, and we also have some guests with us who have been guiding the comprehensive management plan thus far.
Aloha, Madam Chair, trustees. Thank you for having us today. I would like to call up our contractors today for the comprehensive management plan for Waukeleo Puna. We're presenting to you, and you received, I believe, by electronic file, the draft of both the plan and all of the appendices. So a lot of work has gone into this over the past few years. I'll get one more chair.
Trustees, you have a presentation in your packet as well as the Waukele Opuna Comprehensive Management Plan summary.
So I have a copy printed here of the actual plan, the draft plan, and so it's quite voluminous, as you can see. So today's presentation will be kind of an overview of that, and the team I'll introduce in a second will provide that for you, and this will help you to take a look at the plan itself, and then we're interested in any comments that your trustees might have both today and about the document. The next time you'll see this is we're going to have one more working group meeting. We've had a working group meeting going, working group, OHA Kuka, going for the past few years to inform this plan. We have one more meeting with them next month. Then we have a public meeting in Puna in July. And then we have some time to incorporate those comments, and we'll come back with the final plan in August before this committee, and then to get approval to go to the full board for final approval in September. So that's kind of where we're at. Without further ado, I'd just like to introduce the team. We have, to my left is Peter Young. He is representing Hokuliana as a subcontractor of Forest Solutions. But Peter, at the time of the transfer, was the DLNR chair. And then Nicholas Koch, he's our representative from Forest Solutions. They're the main contractor, and he's one of the experts in forest management. And then we also have Hal Hammett here from Coast Surveys Hawaii, who has done all the archaeological pieces as well. So without further ado, I'll turn it over, and I believe Peter will start. Do we have any questions about the team before we start? Okay, thank you.
Trustee Akana.
Yes, we had a discussion earlier about Waukele Opuna and our agreement with the forest group. What was the name, Chair? I don't remember.
Forest Legacy Program.
The Legacy Program, yes. I believe, Peter, you were DLNR chair at the time that Linda Lingo was there, right?
Right.
And so how did we end up with this agreement? Because as a board member during that time, I don't remember that this was ever discussed with the board. And yet, we find that we have an agreement with management. So can you explain to me how that happened and how Linda Lingo signed this thing? And I guess it was Hanani Poliona who was chair at the time. So she must have known about it, but it was never brought to the board, so I was really surprised that we had this agreement.
Okay. It actually was. We had a meeting. You had a meeting on Kauai, and I remember talking about this project. Just as background, when I was chair of DLNR, I used to have a monthly meeting with the Board of Trustees chair and the head of the staff from OHA. And relative to this property, DLNR was in the stages of acquiring the property to be under DLNR's control. And the staff had submitted an application to the Forest Legacy Program under the U.S. Forest Service. And as it ended up, the $3.65 million that had been raised from various sources was not enough to finalize the sale, and that an additional $300,000 was needed. And based on some of the meetings I had had with Chair Poliona at the time, the idea came up of OHA ending up owning the property. And OHA came up with the $300,000 to complete the sale. Part of the agreement relative to the management was back then, and we were talking about back then about 2005 is when it started. And I remember the meeting on Kauai because part of that was to approve the budget of what OHA would be paying in a MOA with DLNR. And it was a 10-year agreement, and we're at the end of the 10-year agreement now, which is why this is becoming more important. It had been thought at the time, at least the discussions that DLNR was having with Office of Hawaiian Affairs, that there would be a management agreement, and 3 levels of management were offered, and it was recommended to take the highest level of management, and the trustees had approved that amount. Right now, I don't remember the exact dollar amount, but one was like almost doing nothing, and the latter one was to be involved with some management. What had been hoped for the 10-year time, and I remember doing this, but DLNR was going to be more actively involved, and over time, OHA was going to gain capacity and take more control over management. And so at the end of 10 years, there would be a smooth transition because OHA would have had built up its capacity for management, and DLNR ultimately would be phased out. Part of that agreement called for the writing of a comprehensive management plan. Back then, that was 10 years ago, was contemplated it was going to be done. Now, however, the 10 years are up, the plan had not been done, and so that's why we're here to present, at least give you some of the overarching issues within the plan.
Who was responsible for the plan,
Which one?
the management plan, to complete the management plan?
I believe OHA was responsible under the prior memorandum of agreement and now in order to prepare the plan.
As I recall, OHA agreed to pay for, I don't know if it was 2 or 3 personnel from DLNR. We paid for their wages to manage the Balkiliapuna, and they were supposed to train our people so we could take over that management. To my knowledge, there was no training, and then we had to finally take back the cars, and one's still missing. We don't know what happened to that car, but I think there were 4 cars, or 3 or 4 cars, and we continued to pay, but there was no training, as I recall, of our people to take over the management. And at some point, OHA said, no, we're not going to be paying these people salary anymore. We'll just take it over.
So, Madam Chair and Trustees, Trustee Akana is correct. I believe almost 4 years ago, we did an assessment of the contract, and we did engage the DLNR director at the time, who was William Ayla, with respect to the non-compliance of the contract. They were moving towards developing administrative rules for management it never made it to the draft. And so in that transition, we decided to cancel the contract and pay DLNR. We subsumed that We did receive the equipment, the vehicles, and took more of a responsibility on our side to move forward with the comprehensive management plan now.
Is that
Jonathan, there was also a balance on the remaining commitment, right, to DLNR?
Yes, we re-encumbered.
Dollar amount.
We re-encumbered about $900,000, and there's still $100,000 that we have at DLNR that they're willing to give us back. We're just trying to figure out what the next steps will be, and I believe this year we'll re-encumber those funds back into OHA.
They're willing, they better.
No, no. I mean, well, we had these conversations, and it's all been kind of prearranged.
okay?
So
Can we move on?
Yes, we should move forward.
Please? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On page 2, I just wanted to add in that in page 2, it describes somewhat what the action was taken on August 25th, 2005. The BOT adopted an action item on the agenda dealing with the acquisition and the purpose of the acquisition. The following was adopted by the OHA Board of Trustees. Blah, 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 blah. So it's included in the description of page 2 of the handout, Jonathan. Dr. Ching, excuse me, that you prepared for us in our packet. Maybe you can take off from there and just keep rolling.
Yeah.
I want to remind all of you, we have 2 more meetings after the RM. We'll go into a joint, and then we'll have a BAE at 1 o'clock. So, charge, let's go. Holomua.
Mahalo.
Okay. Waukeleo-Puna, 25,800 acres. It's almost the size of Kaho'olawe, which is 28,800 acres. It overlays about 20% of the Puna aquifer. One of the reasons for acquisition was to protect the forest, to protect the water source, in addition to protect the forest habitat. When I made the presentation on Kauai and talked about this property, there's one thing that I didn't tell you. I want to take a couple minutes just on dealing on this, because when I saw this map, it moved me, I think is the easiest thing to say. About the time that Columbus was crossing the Atlantic, Aila'au, the forest eater, the fire god of Hawaii, was producing what was the longest recorded eruption and lava flow in recorded history. The light-colored part of the image is the lava flow. It covered 106,000 acres. It's covered essentially every part of the island of Lanai. But when I saw this map, there was something that really came to my attention about how special Waukeleo-Puna is. Because what we said back then and what we continue to say is Waukeleo-Puna is a place that is the seed bank to help when lava flows come in, that it can help regenerate an area. That eruption was so significant that some claim that the Kilauea caldera collapsed because of that eruption. Not Halima'uma'u fire pit, the entire caldera. So you can see this image because there was such a significant volume of lava. This is an image that looks at it more in a modern context. The brownish is Aila'au. I want to call your attention to the bluish hipuka that was created in that lava flow. Here's a little close-up to it here. That area is between 1,500 and 3,000 years old. The lava around it, the brownish color, is more like 400 years old from the Aila'au flow. Oh, I want to go back to Aila'au because one of the other critical parts is he was the fire god in Hawaii at the time that Pele and Hi'iaka were coming down the island chain. He feared Pele and left. And at that point is when Pele became the fire goddess. And we're here because of the Pele Defense Fund, wanting to make sure that inappropriate things did not happen on this property. But if you look at this kipuka, that's the outline of Waukeleo-Puna. This property reforested Puna after the longest lava flow that had happened in the history of, in recorded history of Hawaii. That's significant. So when we talk about it being a seed bank for place, yes, it is a seed bank for a future eruption, but it was the significant seed bank for protecting Puna and reforesting Puna as we know it now. This is a listing of our team. You've introduced 3 of us from different companies. There was one other company, Noho Papa, and there was a scheduling conflict that representative could not come from there. We've been involved with this project for a long time. We've had, there's an advisory committee in OHA Kuka, and the upper part of this image shows some of those representative. On the lower side, it's just showing some of the members that were at the public meeting in Puna. We had over 16 meetings with OHA Kuka. They were 3 hours long. For the latter part of 2016, we met every 3 weeks with them to get their input so we could get the report done. One of the things that Office of Hawaiian Affairs had prepared in anticipation of this plan was an ethno-historical study. Over 600 pages, which is about this much, that we didn't include as an appendices because it would make the document unwieldy. You guys should read that report. It is a significant story about the past, what the present, and what people perceive as the future. So it gives a lot of historical background, cultural background about the property, but then also what the community has been saying over the years and into the future of what they ought to see happen. When I was working in assembling this plan, I would read the recommendations as well as the executive summary before working on a new section, because there's a lot of good information there. One of the things that we did with this group was also try to check and reassure, are those feelings, those ideas still the same? And if there was any change, then we would change how we wrote the plan. One of the things OHA Kuka did in the very beginning was talk about hot topics. Hot topics are the management structure. How do we deal with research and monitoring? What about present and future access? What about the forest health? How do we deal with education and interpretation? How do we assure cultural practices and uses? And what are allowable as well as prohibited uses? So over the time, we kept going back to those. Are they still thinking that's the same thing? What the report is with you is a compilation of that. We made a presentation to OHA Kuka before we came here, and they supported the plan as it had been presented to them. Office of Hawaiian Affairs had asked us to do something different in this plan, making sure that it was culturally competent, that we focus on culture as well as incorporate modern science, but incorporate cultural context into the management of the plan. The plan's different. It has all the parts of a planning document, but it's not necessarily the same kind of presentation. It starts, though, with cultural context. It's trying to have a reader get a sense of appropriate behavior and appropriate actions in the forest. Other planning information is in the final section. So there's a number of appendices that were done. There are a number of all of the recommendations are in the last chapter. So as you read the plan, you're going to see ideas that were discussed, ideas that were considered, but in the last chapter, so information is not, the actions are not lost in prior chapters. The actions are noted and collected only at the end. This picture of the ohia tree is I didn't want to have a regular looking plan that has main heading 1, subheading 1.1. I mean, it's a Western way, and we were told not to do the Western way. And we tried to do headings differently. All of the headings are Olelo Noea. Some of them are repeated because they're stories and thoughts that we want people to really think of. But now that we start to move away from a conventional way, how do we have a reader understand where we are? And we tried font size, we tried other things. But then it hit me one time, literally it was a 2 o'clock in the morning event of taking the ohia tree. And there's some very unhappy stories about the ohia tree, but thinking of the ohia tree, one of the first things your eyes are drawn to are the red blossoms. So in this plan, a main section is colored in red. Now you see the green the green leaves of the tree. A subsection of the red is in green, and then brown, and then black. So to keep you on track as you read it, and read it in color, and I notice you guys have black and white, but there's some really good imagery that you need to see in color as well. And we put in a reader's guide in the beginning part to help you understand this kind of thing as well. Yeah.
Just to clarify, you've been sent this is what the printout looks like of the plan and then the appendices. So what you have now is just this presentation and a summary of it, but the Lehua had sent a digital copy to all of you to provide this information. If we need to print that out for you folks, let us know.
It's in your electronic folders because it's so bulky.
How can we take them out of their budget for print for us? That's just a suggestion that it should come out of the leftover money. Nah, just joking.
Okay.
You gotta roll, okay? Because
Okay,
we're
we're moving. So here's the island of Hawaii.
Time out now.
And I wanted to include, because what you and the Nature Conservancy did in coming up with the Hawaiian footprint is profound, very helpful. What this shows is the pre-contact Hawaiian footprint. And in the black, you can see Waukeleopuna is outlined. There was not a lot of pre-contact use in this area. There were bird catchers, there were other kinds of things, but it wasn't aggressively used. So this is a highlight of Waukeleopuna. 25,800 acres. You see it on the island. It's kind of lost out there. I'll give you a Honolulu perspective. Take the lower line to the upper line. Now think of Aloha Tower to the Pali Lookout. That's how high it is. Now take the left line and the right line, kind of at an angle look. The left line, Bishop Museum, Waialae Country Club. That's Waukeleopuna on an Oahu context. Kalihi to Waialae. Ocean to the mountain summit. That's the scale. This is considered landscape scale land. It covers the landscape. When we met with the Ahakuka, there were always, and I made a presentation almost every meeting. I always showed 3 images. One, because I said I would, but others, it just helps in context. This is the habitat quality image of the forest. It takes into consideration the condition of the overstory, the understory, native, non-native, invasive. So this is the composite one. In the plan, when you look at the plan, if you look at the invasive species as one of the appendices, you'll see each of the invasive species has this kind of mapping for the overstory, understory. You'll see the native species, overstory, understory. This is a composite of it all. In part, what this tells you is green is good, red is bad. Okay? This is not a pristine property. It is invaded with a lot of weeds. Weeds ended up to be the words that we end up using. Invasive species is what a lot of people say. There's a lot of strawberry guava in here. There was some Miconia, and there's been some work over the years to limit the Miconia. There's Albizia, but there's also a long list of things. What you also see on here are two gray colors. The darker gray is the 1977 lava flow, and the lighter gray is the 2014-15 lava flow. So this is to remind us that there are some good areas, there are some challenging areas, there's some impact for lava flow. So we always show this to the group. Now when you think of forests, if you see green, that doesn't mean it's always good either. You see this picture and some people might say, that's a really healthy forest. What you see as the predominant color, which is in a lower level than the other, is strawberry guava. It is so thick that you can't walk between the stalks. So green does not always mean good. Now the unhappy thing. Rapid Ohia death. There's a second slide that I always show. This isn't it. I want to lead you up to it on what the impact really can be. The dark, you can see there's a dead tree between other living ones. This is the latest distribution of Rapid Ohia death on the island of Hawaii. And it started in the Puna area, the lighter colors, the yellowish colors. Those are the early years. And then it went around to the Kona side and also has gone down the Hamakua side. This is the second slide that I always showed. The outline of Haukeleo Puna, and the red is where Rapid Ohia death is on this property. Everyone needs to come to an understanding that there is a real possibility on the island of Hawaii that we may not have ohia. It's a real possibility. Now, these red marks doesn't mean it's all dead in those areas, but that's the predominant area where it is dead. This is one of the olelo noiau that is repeated in the plan, and it's to help people understand one of the other issues that affect management on this property. Walk carefully in the uplands of Puna. The ancestors are telling us there are things like this in walking carefully. This is what's called a volcanic crack. There's also volcanic faults. Those are about 30 feet across and 30 to 50 feet sheer walls down. Now, if it means in management, it is almost cost prohibitive to continue to have to bridge over everything. But there's a safety issue. The lighter green color is uluhe. When I was a kid, we called it tangle fern. Uluhe, you do not walk through in this scale. You do not walk through uluhe. You walk on uluhe. You can be walking on uluhe and get to a point because you can see you're walking, but you have walked because there's this overhang of uluhe. You've gone beyond ground, and ground is now 30 to 50. Walk carefully in the uplands of Puna.
very important message for us. This is the blue lines are volcanic cracks. Yellow lines, more to the right, are the faults. And you can see they're all over. And this is from mapping that needs more detail because there may be other cracks in around the property. We also need to be reminded that there was an active lava flow through the property in 2014 and 2015, down into Pohoa. The cleared area is the area where the geothermal site had been, and the well had been, where the celebration was for the transfer. It's about 3.5 miles from up into the property. This is taking all of this information, the habitat quality, and putting it into management units. So these are forest management units. Green is high conservation value. Yellow is limited infestation, and red is, the orange is extensive infestation, and the red is quarantine. So there's like a color coding of the green to red is the better to worse. It doesn't mean in the green that there's no invasive species. It's just that it has a better quality overstory and understory, but has some invasive species. And in the quarantine, it doesn't mean that there are no native species. It's just that it's predominantly invasive species. These are the units that the management plan calls to for various actions. I'm going to simplify forest management on a landscape. We were just trying to. I'm getting the,
Yes, we have a time problem.
I know you have a time problem. Forest management, landscape scale, 12 words. Work with community. Protect the best. Kill the weeds. Manage the pigs. In order to manage this place, work with community first. Protect the best. That means what forest managers have found is, and the tendency for people is to go fix the bad. Fix the bad is more costly, more expensive, and as you're trying to fix it, your good stuff is getting inundated.
To protect the green.
So protect the green first. There's some advantages here. On the left-hand side in the lava flow, there's been some kipuka that are in pretty good shape. The problem is you can't get to them. The overarching challenge on management here is its land use district. It's in a conservation district, protective subzone. It is the least permissive. It is the most prohibitive kind of subzone. You cannot use a power tool to cut a tree in the protective subzone. You can get a permit to use a hand tool to cut a tree. One of the management things, the strong management thing that became very clear to me is, don't try to change don't try to change from protected to general, or maybe try to say, well, we can make it ag. In the conservation district, they have a 5th category. Normally, you talk about urban, rural, conservation, and ag. There's a 5th category, special. There are special subzones. Waukele is special. Waukele-Opuna should have its own special subzone. And take the actions that are called for in the management plan and make those permitted uses in the special subzone. The last special subzone is at Limuhuli on Kauai. The HPU, formerly the Hawaii Loa campus in Kaneohe, is a special subzone. Sea Life Park is a special subzone. Waukeli Opuna is special. You can't do what's in the plan without a permit. If you have a special subzone that has a plan, you get the permit to do what's called for in your plan. So you don't have to keep going back to DLNR with a conservation district use permit. Get a special subzone. But before you, as you work on that process, there are some immediate things. There's another phrase on management besides those 12 words. 2 words that Nick came up with. Management matters. You need to do something. But you shouldn't do anything. It needs to be strategic, and it needs to have a purpose, and you just don't get a bulldozer and go clear 100 acres and say, okay, I got 100 acres of invasive species removed. No, because that's all going to grow back.
Right.
So maybe you clear 30 and work on a management of that 30, and then work on the next one. Over time, you will see that your property is getting protected.
Mm-hmm.
Protecting the best first, and then working on others.
Trustee Apul.
Oh, Lenny's done.
We're okay unless you want to just go to questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the key word, Peter, is strategic. First of all, you know, one of my earlier statements when I talked about how, one of my earlier statements, and I'll try to make this brief, Madam Chair, when I talked about how frustrating it is to have huge proposals like this come to the table, and it's just the way the process works and our limitations as trustees to not to be able to vet, to talk. So we have an item that we have to vote on today. I'm not quite sure at what point do we get where, is today going to be the final decision on the funding? So it's got to go to BOT.
Yeah.
So here's kind of where I'm coming from. I think if we do get into hitting a reset button as to how we do business, items like this, which are so huge and so important, really require a policy of its own, a policy that specifically addresses this important legacy property. In our dilemma, oftentimes in having to choose between cutting off the left arm or the right arm in doing budgets, you know, I try to look at the founding document from which we have our mission stated and the purpose for OHA, which is going back to the Admissions Act, to the purpose that says the betterment of conditions of Native Hawaiians. And I hope in our restructuring, Madam Chair, the degree to which we can get to that level of sophistication, that everything we do, especially large items, that we are able to reference the founding language as to why we are here, why we're authorized to do it, the betterment of conditions of Native Hawaiians. So when we do structure policies, it has to spring out of a nana ike kumu, right? Look to the source so that we can begin to codify what we mean when we're going to spend money on an item. How does that better the conditions of Native Hawaiians? Of course, everybody's going to go to the obvious things, housing, healthcare. And the more sophisticated part of, I think, what we need to figure out is how do we deal with legacy properties that may put us into huge debt because there's no revenue coming in. So when we're talking about, 3 positions, contract services, and enforcement division within OHA, wow. So I trust that we'll have more opportunity to
We certainly will.
but those are some thoughts that I think hopefully we can.
Thank you, Trustee.
Thank you.
Trustee Leah Huisa.
I had one question. Is it true the legislature gave us 300,000 for the OHA? Yeah. Didn't they pass a bill like that? KP.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I
There-
read it
There's a lot of
someplace.
attention going on Rapid Ohia Dam.
Yeah, Rapido Dam.
One of the other recommendations in the forest management side is immediately start a seed collection program of the ohia on this property. So if they find, if the ohia dies, you have the seed that came from here, and if there's a way to fight rapid ohia death, then you can replant. Now that may not happen, so another recommendation is do some experimental planting with other kind of native trees on the property. That's one of those other immediate actions is, because if you lose the ohia overstory, it's hapu'u that's going to be the dominant overstory after that. And it has its challenge with pigs that the pigs can impact. So the plan is looking at the longer term. How, it's moving this property into an opportunity for traditional gathering, which is a priceless its value is priceless. As other areas get developed, there will be fewer and fewer places for gathering. This is one place where it can continue.
Trustee Alguna?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. My question is concerning, what was the term you used for the conservation zoning, the rezoning again?
Special subzone.
Special subzone, and it's because of the issues going on in these areas, right? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to know about that special subzone.
Okay. I think, the critical thing that you mentioned through all the beautiful pictures, to me anyway, is the fact that we can do little at a time. Those 30 acres, cleaning it up and having a plan for it and moving on. This can probably keep us within our budget, but still accomplish and protect this beautiful place called Luaukele Opuna. So that's what sticks out in my mind, the fact that we can do it little by little, and we may not be alive by the time it's all cleaned up, but at least we started it. So I really appreciate that suggestion. Are we okay then? Are we done? Well, we'd certainly like to thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Young and your colleagues, Jonathan Mahalunui. I don't think the chair was kidding. I think that out of your budget, you should do a booklet like that for all the trustees. Right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's start with this one.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to our next item, item B. Trustee Wahe'e, may I have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to move. Oh, let me find it.
It's the kakako.
Uh,
No, this one is the,
I'm gonna find it.
she got a figure next week.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to. Okay, I'd like to move to approve a Board of Trustees policy amending Kakako Makai. Is this Section 3A2, originally adopted on September 20th, 2012, to state, and this will be deleted language is stricken, new language is bold, is underscored. They allocate 10% of net revenue for grants and 30% of net revenue for OHA's legacy property management. Net revenue equals gross revenue minus direct operating expenses, including Kakako Makai planning and development related costs. And the policy to be revised in 2 years.
Revisited.
I mean, revisited.
May I have a second? It's been moved and seconded that we move to approve this action. However, trustees, did you get my memo on this action item?
Yes.
I'm proposing to amend the proposed action item. and suggest that we approve not changing the 10% allocation for the grants program from gross revenues to net revenues. And I believe that I would like to move that we allocate 30% of the net revenues for OHA's legacy property management program from the net revenues for 2 years.
Is
Any
there a motion?
discussion?
Are you amending the motion?
I'm proposing according to my memos to you folks.
Yes,
Because we
So
did,
there's a revision in the motion, so you're correct, trustee.
We're amending.
yeah, we're amending the motion.
Need a second.
But we got
But
this.
I don't want to make the motion, but
We
if
did it.
somebody would, there's a motion up there.
Okay, but we do have a motion
Right,
on the
on the
floor.
table.
Second.
It's been moved and second.
So right now it's discussion. I would like to hear
Yeah.
administration's recommendations to all of this.
What?
Unfortunately, we didn't do, I mean, we just analyzed it last night, and that's why we did our proposal this morning. But
Right.
the analysis indicated that we would lose grant money, $973,000 in 2019, and in, let's say, 8 years from there or 10 years from there, we would lose $2,017,000 in 2027.
Just a point of order, Chair.
Yes.
I think this is more of a procedural matter because you voted on, I mean, he did a motion on the original action item proposal and it was seconded. Usually you have a
This is-
discussion and then through the discussion, if there's discussion that so feels to amend, then you can amend at that time, but
I'm
you are
proposing
proposing
an
to-
amendment.
Right,
Yeah.
but I'm clarifying, because we don't have any board counsel, the more procedural appropriateness of the action item for discussion.
Well, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I will move to amend the motion to the allocate 10% of the gross revenue for grants and 30% of net revenue for OHA's legacy property management. And net revenue equals gross revenue minus direct operating expenses excluding Kaka'ako Makai planning and development related costs. 30% allocation of the net revenues to LPM shall terminate at the end of 2019.
Vote on the amendment just to make this easier.
Pardon?
Just vote on the amendment right away.
But there's no second.
Yeah, where's the
I'll
second?
second.
Okay, John second.
Let's hear from Trustee Ahuna.
Yeah, no, for me, this is all good stuff, you know, because we're actually moving Kaka'ako, but what I want to know is Kaka'ako is an asset, okay? Now we have revenue that is being generated. Okay, are we using that revenue for other areas, or are we going to put, because now it's about assets and liabilities. Now, I want to see the numbers. If you want to take out this, I want to know how we're going to be taking care of our asset, because I don't want this asset to be a liability where we're taking money out of our pockets and it becomes every year we're taking money from that. So it's important that when we work these numbers that we understand what is really going on, because we don't have any developments.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're already taking money from these incomes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I might, I think I could explain that because yesterday when we looked at this and we talked about it, if we went, as the administration suggested, over the 10-year period, we would be taking money from the grants program, and over the 10-year period, it would amount to $2 million. So it's like taking money from grants, taking money away from the grants program to help fund the legacy properties. And personally, I don't feel that that's right, and that's why it's being amended to 10% because I want to see more money in grants. And then secondly, I have a question. I don't mind the amendment, but I have a question for the chair. Why would we why are you suggesting we do this for 2 years? Is this experimental?
I just think that they need that time right today. They need the money, and I don't want. My thought is that this is not a permanent Kaka'ako Makai amendment. This is to give them the opportunity to take care of our legacy lands now. But in 2 years, we hope that they can budget taking care of it without the Kaka'ako Makai money.
Right, okay.
Point of order,
Yeah.
point of order. Because administration has proposed this, I'm recommending we at least share what our rationale logic was, and then continue with the rationale what was being proposed for the current amendment, and then you can have a logical discussion, trustees.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Madam Chair and trustees, if I can point out that the current policy, which calls for 10% of gross revenues to go to grants, it does call for revisiting, and I believe it is 2 years. So adding this in would not necessarily change anything. It does call for periodic review by the trustees. Our main concern was not with regard to grants, and I, off the top of my head, don't have any problem in keeping it at 10% of gross revenues. The main thing is to have a connection between the income that's generated by our commercial lands to fund the stewardship costs of our legacy lands. If I can point out that in the 2013 state audit, this was pointed out that there really should be a fairly certain funding source with regard to our legacy lands. In the discussion that just took place with regard to Waukeleo Puna, it was pointed out that the trustees in the past have actually voted to maintain high standards of stewardship for its lands. And so this would definitely make a tie-in with regard to the development of Kaka'ako Makai. I think I pointed out that the strategy that administration is recommending is that the burden of development be placed on developers, and that OHA itself would be focusing primarily on the procurement of developers and spending its monies in administering over developers, but not actually taking the development risk itself. That really would not be appropriate for the trust. So that's my immediate feedback, and I think that as far as Kaka'ako Makai, that we're going to be fine.
Okay.
just a clarification, Chair. Is the allocation of 10% of gross revenue for grants, I believe, comes from the Kaka'ako Makai policy. So we would not be taking away from grants. The policy already dictates that 10% would go into the grants fund.
Yes, but you're going from net to gross.
No.
I mean, from gross to net,
Right.
which is a big difference.
Big difference.
In 10 years, it's taking $2 million out of the grant program, so that's not acceptable.
And that's fine. We just wanted to clarify it's not
Okay.
taking, it's, yeah.
Losing.
Well, it is taking.
Well, the other thing I want to add is based upon the trend analysis of the current Kaka'ako Makai revenues and expenses for fiscal year 14 to 19, the LPM budget would exceed $7 million annually in 2027 if the proposed policy remains in effect. So the current action item is problematic because the LPM has not submitted a long-term financial plan that identifies the need for the additional funds, as well as the delineation of how the additional funds would be utilized. And this is why I am suggesting 2 years, so that in the 9 years proposed, we will have been giving, we're going to give you folks, not you folks, but our legacy lands, $7 million. We need to know, the trustees need to know a plan on how you plan to spend that kind of money. So if we allow 2 years with a sunset of the end of fiscal year 2019, then it should give you that time to give us the plans and figure out how much it's going to cost from here to there. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does.
Thank you.
Um, Trustee Aquina?
Thank you very much. Actually, thank you to the administration because listening to your comments, I think we are on the same page
Yeah.
with Chair Hulu's proposed amendment. We all agree that it's important to provide funding for our legacy lands management, and the presentation today helps to convince us of that. And so I commend the administration for proposing this because it's a funding mechanism
Correct.
in order to help us do that. The amendments actually are not controversial. They're very straightforward. I'll start with the second one. The second one was to let's go ahead and continue to take 30% from Kaka'ako development to provide immediate funds over the next 2 years. The proposal says we'll revisit it, but Chair has pointed out that we can always revisit it, but let's cap it now. Let's say just 2 years, and it's good to do that because we want to see Kaka'ako funds and look at uses for that as we do our planning, and to commit ourselves today that we will perpetually give 30% of Kaka'ako revenues to the management of our legacy lands is premature. So that one, I think we're on the same page because, as administration has pointed out, all you wanted to do is ask for revisiting, and you can do that. The second one is a compassionate move toward the legacy lands, and that is instead of simply using the net amount of 10% of Kaka'ako revenues to support legacy land management.
Oh, grants.
Grants. Excuse me, I made a mistake here. Instead of using just 10%, let's use the 10% not of the net but of the gross, and that will help us ensure in this very austere time grants funding. So, Madam Chair, I support your amendments to the motion, and I think that we are on the same page.
Thank you. Trustee
Yes, Madam Chair, I support the amendment, but I would like to ask of the administration, during the next 2 years, while you have the money that we're going to give you to manage the legacy lands, that your division actually start looking at more creative ways rather than taking from our budget, our core budget, moving monies around from our budget, taking some from grants, or next time there might be taking from another division. We don't want to do that. Let's put on your thinking caps, think out of the box, and maybe have some kind of tourism thing going on at this Valkelio Puna. Visit the campsites where the state failed with their geothermal wells, drilling on the faults that we had to cap. So there are certain places that we can visit and do some educational things, even do school excursions and those kinds of things, some of the things that Leon Luisa had suggested earlier. But we have to look at making money here. We cannot just keep using OHA money. The well's going to go dry. So we can't steal from one program to pay for another program. Yeah. That's not the way to move forward.
Trustee Ahuna?
I kind of actually agree with this lady right here. And the reason why I'm saying this, but I have a question, is you're saying it's going to end in 2019. When is it going to start? Right now?
Fiscal year, July.
First.
July. But aren't we giving out the grants before that?
Doesn't affect this
It doesn't affect the grants.
Not this year.
Not this year.
No.
Okay.
Trustee Apo?
Yeah, Madam Chair, having trouble with this. I don't have a problem. I mean, first of all, I applaud, the kind of intention, but I could support the allocating of the projected revenue generated by the formula. It's hard for me to support earmarking, targeting. So if we choose to support the formula, allocate the revenue according to what the formula says and the projection, but wait on actually establishing a policy that does it 2019. The other notion I had is, and one of the reasons I say that, I think when we're done with the audit, that would be a great opportunity to, I think we'll have more information as to whether, how something like this approach, to managing that money might be done. That's just my, so I would probably kind of low on it if we're
Trustee
gonna.
Ahuisa?
I wanted to, I wanted to say that there's so many tourists coming in now to Hawaii, to Oahu. I hear them because I go to our activity booths all over International Marketplace and Ala Moana, and they're always asking, "Oh, where can we buy stuff that's Hawaiian?" Duke's Lane, they're gonna shut it down pretty soon. You know, Duke's Lane with the International Marketplace. Kakaako would be the perfect place to even have those vendors move over there, even if temporary. The buses are good. My Chinatown merchants are telling me they're making so much money now because all the Oli trolley buses are in Chinatown. And you see them, they're dropping off hundreds of tourists every day. Us Hawaiians, Fisherman's Wharf right there. Even if we had tents or something, they would be. The buses would drop them off because they're looking to buy stuff, craft, anything. There's nothing in Waikiki for them. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good idea. So we're creating a pot of money. Is that what we're doing? So we're not going to be spending the money till the 2019 for grants.
In 2 months.
Oh,
We're giving them 2 years of money from Kakako Makai. 2 years of income. 30% of the net.
Can you describe what is that dollar amount?
yeah.
Of the net, um,
I have it. $2 million
no,
Over 2 years.
over 2 years.
unfortunately, that's going to have to take us some further calculation. We have a fairly clear idea as to what our budgeted and actual gross revenues are and what they're projected to be for the biennium. Direct operating costs are roughly $100,000 a year. This would be paying for the management company, the cost of our interim leasing, um, repair and maintenance, things of that nature. It's approximately $100,000 a year. The other costs, and you may have seen some of the significant procurements that we've made over the past couple of years, a lot of that was for the master planning. And that is not proposed to be a deduction from revenues to arrive at net revenues. That was below the line. So the only thing that we were going to deduct from gross in order to arrive at net revenues were direct expenses of running the property and leaving the balance to cover master planning and development costs. But off the top, like I said, off the top of my head, I really don't have any major concerns between the difference of remaining at 10% of gross revenues as opposed to changing it to 10% of net revenues. The difference is not material. Yeah.
So Trustee Wahi,
But Miles, is the intent that like all the lands would pay for each other, so to speak, like so we can keep it all as one?
It's kind of a national trend with regard to organizations that own legacy lands, is that they have a fairly defined funding source. And for the auditor, when he examined the portfolio in 2013, it was basically from the auditor that he felt there should be a more direct connection between the income from our commercial properties and the stewardship costs for our legacy lands. And now, with regard to the stewardship costs of our legacy lands, if I can add, right now we're under master planning for Kukani Local. We don't know exactly what the outcome is going to be and what the master plan will call for as far as mandatory costs, things that OHA has to do, in addition to costs that they recommend that OHA should want to do with the property. Similarly, we just heard the presentation with regard to the master planning for Waukeleo Puna. That process is not completed yet, and again, there may be costs that OHA really has to do. in addition to costs that we will want to do. We don't have that yet, but in the back of my mind, it could be significant. But on the things that you want to do, you can tailor it. You know, you don't have to pay for everything you want to do in the first year or even in the first 2 years. You can spread it out depending on the nature of your funding source. And prudent budgeting should allow that. So I think that keeping that in mind, that there's this uncertainty as to what exactly the outcome is going to be of our master planning processes, as well as the speed at which Kakakomakai will develop. I think that revisiting in 2 years is a perfectly logical and prudent thing for the board to do.
But the bottom line, Miles, though, I mean, the mandatory expenses for the legacy properties, we're going to have to pay somehow anyway, right? I mean, whether it comes from here or somewhere else, it's not like we're saving that money. I mean,
right, and the thing that I should point out is that to date, all of those costs have been coming out of the core operating budget.
Right. Okay. That's a good point.
Trustee Apo?
Madam Chair, let me recharacterize what I said earlier about supporting the allocation of funds. The way the motion is stated that refers to percentages is a policy statement.
Yes.
Policy statement. So what I meant by that is I would support allocating the funds, but not through a policy statement, simply budget it. Okay? And then let's see how that works, because what will happen is that if we lock ourselves into a policy statement, there's no flexibility in case you need the money for something else, whatever. But I would support moving forward with the amount that would be projected, but wait on actually doing it as a policy statement.
Trustee Akana?
Yeah, I think the only reason it's stated that way is because there is a policy already, right?
Yeah.
You're referring to a
There is a
policy.
Right, the policy only pertains to grants.
Right.
It is silent with regard to the funding of legacy lands.
Okay, so we could remove the language of policy then, because I don't have a problem. I mean, it's just a matter of funding this thing for 2 years.
Right.
But I have a question on the monies that we have coming back from DLNR for Valkeliopuna that we had budgeted. Aren't we using that money? Why can't we use that money? Don't we have 8 million?
Yeah, the cost for Walkeliopuna for the biennium is completely coming out of that, the funds that have been already procured. And so none of that is coming out of the current core operating budget for the upcoming biennium. Beyond that, though, it could. You know, at some point, those monies will run out.
I mean, but it's about $8 million. So why are we even reallocating? Why can't we use the $8 million? Where is that? The money's just sitting there.
But
I
yeah,
don't understand.
I don't think they are.
Well, whatever the amount was that they're going to return to
Say
us.
1 million, Miles?
800,000.
800,000. Okay, sorry.
800,000.
Oh, I'm thinking big. But 800. We needed a laugh. Anyway, the 800,000 is just sitting there. So why can't we use
No,
that?
but we are, trustee, we are applying that funds.
Okay.
Trustee Ahuna?
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to say this in reference to what Trustee Apo said. So we're just taking money out of the budget and just moving it to someplace else. For us, is that what it, because what's the next step if we have all this money? Because the administration still has to manage on how the money is being distributed. So why are we taking it out to put it on our side when we already have that money with you guys and we can just make recommendations to that?
So if I may respond.
The policy doesn't allow us to take money out for just any reason.
So actually, this action, whether we want to, this action would allow the revenues from Kakakomakai to be directed,
The
to
legacy.
the legacy lands, to manage operations meaning the hardcore things that we must do on the land. So we already have accounted for that in the current biennial budget. But based on this current amendment, we may need to come back before the board for a budget realignment, which we have not, um, made adjustments for. So we're not taking money from any other pot. We're setting a policy to use the funds for the revenue for Kaka'ako. And just a follow up to Trustee Waihe's point is he does have a point, and it's very similar to Trustee Akana. I believe the intent back in the early 2010, 11, even prior to that, with respect to the legacy lands, was for economic sustainability. But all these years, we had in the past we did not concentrate on the fundamental structural parts, which is uh, community outreach, comprehensive management plan to a master plan. So in the master plan for Kukari Loco, as well as comprehensive management in collaboration with the community Aha Kuka Kuka, those we are hoping those ideas, those recommendations will matriculate up so that we have a better idea for more creative ways to create economic diversity and future sustainability for the legacy land. But I believe what we had discussions is we cannot get there because, for example, Kukani Loco, the water situation and infrastructure. And until the community outreach plans is complete, and something that is a buy-in from the community and buy-in from us, then we can move forward with agricultural development, a culture resource center, and protection of the Wahikapu. Right now, we've had intense discussions with the LNR and others. Right now at Kukani Local, we only have the right of entry, but we do not have the current land title. So that creates complications from us to for opportunity for tourists to visit the site. Because if we begin doing that, we take on greater liability in terms of parking, transportation, visiting. So that is on our table for the next 2 years. But we are looking at that potential idea in with Wahiwa Civic Club and the Wahiwa community to look at that as the beginning point for revenue generation for Kukanilo.
So in actuality, if we do this amendment, we'd be giving $2 million of Kaka'ako Makai revenue for legacy lands.
Correct.
Potentially.
Yes.
Over
Trustee
2 years, right?
Over 2 years, we agree with that.
Yeah. Trustee Aquino?
Thank you very much. I think administration has done a good job of presenting us the need with which to fund the legacy lands over the next 2 years, and I support the proposal. I also want us to keep in mind what Trustee Apo has said, that it's too early for us to set a percentage and lock ourselves into a percentage of Kaka'ako revenues that will perpetually go to legacy lands. But I think that we're safe with the amendment that Chair brings, because the amendment that Chair brings deals with only the next 2 years.
Right.
So it gives the cash that administration needs. And then, Trustee Apo, the amendment actually cuts off any policy. So we're only talking about delivering the cash over the next 2 year period. And we will revisit, as administration suggests, the policy question. One last thing is we actually do need to put a percentage in this amendment because we don't know what the money is going to be.
Right.
We don't actually have a figure,
Yeah,
so
we don't have a dollar.
it is quite appropriate to put the percentage. I think we're on the same page to do two things right now, and I'll support this. Number one, to go ahead and vote for RM 1705 that the administration has put before us, and then after that, vote for the amendments that Chair has put before us.
AP?
No, I was just want to clarify, but if Trustee Aquino is proposing the amendment action, I think that's something we can support.
Okay, thank you.
And I can
I'd
propose
like-
that when
oh,
appropriate.
Chair?
I just had one more on page 2 of the amended action item, and this is to you, Miles. It says the current action item is problematic because of LPN has not submitted a long-term financial plan that identifies the need for additional funds as well as to delineation of how the additional funds would be utilized. Now, that statement is not in there to provide a financial plan for the funds.
Yeah, and as I indicated, much of that is going to be dictated by the master planning that's going on now. So there is uncertainty. Um, I believe that we have made a projection, but it's purely for our internal use at this time. But it's really subject to the outcome of the planning efforts.
Will you have sufficient time to provide the long-term plan to us, given the next 2 years that you will be having access to this allocation? I think that's the real issue with the concerns, is the commitment to do the long-term financial
Yes.
planning.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's a reasonable request.
Did we include that in the amendment?
Well, you guys have to, there's one on the table already.
Yeah. Well, administration will commit within the next biennial to present the financial plan. But then if we do that upfront and a commitment to the board, you can just vote on the current amendment and the action item.
So what's
So
first?
this is a procedural issue, and I want to ask John, should we go with the amended version versus the original motion?
Well, the way it's set up, we have to vote on the amendment, and if it passes,
Right.
it amends the
Correct.
original motion.
Go back to
And then
the
we vote,
original.
and then we vote on it as amended.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to call for the vote
For the vote on,
Very good.
on the
Amendment.
amendment.
Amended
On the
motion.
amendment first.
On the amendment.
very good.
Amended.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
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 Soft eye.
Okay, and now I'd like to call for a vote on the final motion,
The original motion, yeah, John.
amended
amended,
motion.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's not the motion on the board.
No, the
So it's
original
the
motion.
amended.
Oh.
Now we're back.
We're back to the original motion.
Oh,
As amended.
As amended.
Oh, just say yes, for God's sakes.
yeah, so why we gotta vote on this? We just voted on the
Because
other
there were
voted
two
on-
motions on
We
the
approved the
floor.
amendment to this
Time is
original
being
motion,
going.
and now we're
is
voting
back
on
start.
the
Okay, okay. Is it my turn?
Yes.
Akana.
No.
Okay.
What?
Okay, no, that's fine.
You voted no.
Oh, just,
That's all right. No.
oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Next.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
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 Okay.
To the board, you make the amendment.
But the
Yeah, but you
original
went okay, the
motion
amended one.
changed because we approved the amended. That's the one that rides now. It's not the original, but because we had to,
According to the,
you never listened to him. He clarified it. I asked him to clarify. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Oh,
We're going to move on to 4C. You folks want to finish RM and eat, or eat and then finish RM? That's up to you guys.
No, we like finish RM.
Okay, let's finish RM.
Finish RM, please.
Alrighty.
Good, then this will be fast.
But don't come back.
So, Trustee Aquina, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I have a PowerPoint presentation, but I'll go ahead and put the motion on the table first.
Okay.
And I move that the Board of Trustees of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs approves SOQ number RM 2017-35, requesting statements of qualification for auditing services. I so move.
Second.
All right, Madam Chair, may we have discussion? I've given you a PowerPoint presentation, and what I want to say, first of all, trustees, is mahalo for all of your support.
Can I ask you to
Yes,
clarify,
please.
because we've had handouts, we have the action item, we have the
Oh, it's just coming now.
notice of interested parties, and then we have the audit advisory committee report.
All right,
That's what we got distributed to us to review.
very good. I'm using this to your right-hand side, which is on the board, and it's a PowerPoint presentation that will make reference to the items you have. I think for now it's only necessary to look at the PowerPoint. First, at the very topic, we're looking at the approval of SOQ number ROM 2017-35. And I want to say mahalo. We've gotten a lot of support from the trustees and their staff. First of all, Trustee Leahuisa is Vice Chair of the committee. Thank you very much. Davis Price, thank you to the office of Dan Ahuna for his work. Paul Harleman for my office, and Maria Calderon. And also Ui Taniguchi, thank you, Chair, for her help as well. Basically, and I also want to thank KP for making available Phyllis, especially, who's been very helpful. Trustees, thank you. If you'll turn the page, the very first slide compares the original action item with what we came up with. Our task as a committee was to take the original action item that you gave us to conduct this audit and design the SOQ, that is to design the SOQ, and we narrowed it down. And here's what we did. The first item is we removed the management review component. It's not included in this new action item, and here's why. We looked seriously at the work already done by Spire. We also met with the state auditor from the legislature and saw their work. So the management audit work is being done, and our audit can access it without having to pay additional money. That will save money to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. And the final aspect of this is something exists now that didn't exist when you passed the original RFQ, passed the action item. And that is Chair Lindsay has established an advisory committee on fiscal sustainability. So that's the committee that will actually receive the information on management and will incorporate it into its recommendations to the board. And Chair, I stand prepared to pass on to you all of our observations as an audit committee for your fiscal sustainability committee so that we do not need to include management review. The second item that's a little different is this. Based upon recommendations from committee members and some of the trustees, we are going for a 5-year as opposed to a 3-year fiscal audit. And here's the reason why. It will allow us to have a very comprehensive audit, and in addition to that, it will allow us to have a budget that attracts the bigger players, so that this is not a small fry thing, but this will attract the most qualified, competent agencies. And the third item is this audit will include all financial transactions as you ordered us to do, but we're going to exclude payroll and marketable securities for a couple of reasons. Reason number one, we do not have any reason to presume that there's a problem with this. These have been reviewed already, so we're not going to look into this. The second thing is it would just extend the time for this audit tremendously, and we don't want to do that. So this slide summarizes the only changes that there are to the actual order. And they're not really changes, they're focusing with the intent of making sure that we are good stewards of OHA's money. Thank you. Trustee.
Any questions? Trustee Ahuna?
First of all, I want to thank the audit committee for putting this all together. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we started off with these meetings and with forensic audits. We audit everything. And I didn't feel that was good leadership qualities to move issues forward and resolve issues. I strongly believe in this. I strongly believe in this. And I want to say thank you to the chair of this ad hoc committee, because one of my issues was to the Native Hawaiian Trust Fund investment portfolio. What is it? It's our investments through Goldman Sachs, through J.P. Morgan. Are we going to audit all of that? No, exactly.
Right.
So it's important that when we talk about audits, we actually talk about things that can resolve our issues. For me, it is about management. It is about how we move forward. I'm not against audit. I was the one who said audit away. And I want you to all to know this. I am in big support of this. I do have a few, some questions, however. So where does this audit go? I mean, where does this go after we vote on this?
Phyllis to put out.
Yeah, so what happens next?
Trustee, if I may, Chair, if we we'll just finish the second slide and then go to the third.
Okay,
We'll have the
okay,
timetable,
okay,
if that would
okay.
be satisfactory. So thank you for your question, and thank you for your compliments to the committee. I do want to say this, Trustee Ahuna. Your aide, Davis Price, has been extremely helpful in the process. Are there any other questions, or may I proceed to the next slide?
I had a question
Yes.
to the attached forms. There was an offer form 0F1 and offerer preferences form OF2 and government experience form and example OF3. Are these forms part of the procurement system within the state procurement office, or is this a form that the committee put together?
May I call Paul Harleman, my aide, who served as a committee member, who would be better prepared to answer that question. Madam Chair, would that be all right? Paul, do you have the question?
Yeah, I think actually those forms, I think that's for procurement. Yeah, I think it's the regular form that we use here at OHA. So that's
I
actually
wanted to
Phyllis
know
that
that's a confirmation that we're working with Phyllis. That's fine. All
Yes,
right.
indeed. Indeed, Phyllis was very helpful in providing us an overview of the process and checking our work very carefully.
Why the state procurement office, as you are all aware, has received complaints. So if we don't, double check everything, cross the T's, dot the I's, anybody can make a complaint to the state procurement office. That's why I asked if these forms were actually part of the forms that we currently are utilizing. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, Paul, thank you. Yes.
Just getting back to my question, if you want to step here. So when I talk about where does the SOQ draft go from here, once a proposal comes in, is who will name the selection committee? Who names the selection committee? Like, who does all of that? Or once the selection is made, who will negotiate the contract?
It's in my understanding that the RM chair will name the selection committee.
No,
I need
I
to
think,
confirm.
Kulu, we have to, we were still discussing that on, I'm the state procurement office. I'm already working on some delegation of reducing the kind of delegation that KP has.
Right.
And hopefully we'll be able to get that out. Currently, I will serve as what they call chief CPO or the HPO.
Procurement officer. That was my question back then, and thank you for answering that. That is very important. Okay.
Thank you. And as chair of the advisory committee, I defer that issue to the RM chair.
And I defer to the chair of our board.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, just following that, Chair Lindsay, given what Trustee Machado shared in terms of her review of delegation of authority, and she remains the CPO under this, therefore, on page 5, in terms of reporting, currently it says consultant would responsible to make close and frequent communications with the RM committee chair. So I'm just more for clarification, if she's the CPO, the reporting.
She might delegate it.
That's right.
That's up to her.
If I may, Chair, that statement does not mitigate at all or take away the procurement authority of the Chief Procurement Officer.
Correct.
It merely speaks of the process of the ongoing execution of the audit. That's all.
Right.
So we are very clear here on the procurement. Thank you. Yes.
Trustee Aquino, in the past, the identification of this committee was called FAMR, Financial Audit
And management review. That's
Review.
correct.
So what is the status of that description of this committee?
Very good. Thank you for asking that question. Basically, I went over this just a little bit quickly earlier, and that is we were given an order by the trustees to do a financial and management review audit. When we looked at the scope of that work, we narrowed it down just to financial, and we dropped the management review for this reason. Sufficient work had been done by Spire. Sufficient work is being done by the state legislative auditor. Instead, we're recommending that work be used by this audit rather than go out and spend on doing that work again. And that allows us then to use the funds more judiciously. Is that an answer to your question, Madam Chair?
Well, it gets kind of convoluted because you go from, first
Sure.
it's forensic audit, and then it got clarified it was going to do FAMR. So it's important to know we're going to be FAR committee, right? Financial audit.
It's just a financial audit.
No, you don't have the R then.
Right, it's not a management review.
Review, okay.
The committee, of course, has the same name, but the product that we're dealing with is just to look at the financials. And the other aspect, management review, is going to be looked at by the ad hoc or the advisory committee set up by the RM chair to look at fiscal sustainability, because you're going to take into consideration management processes. Very good. So the beneficiaries are being honored here. The work is being done, and the good news is that we're able to save money in the process, and that's very good.
So let me go to the last handout that you have. It says Audit Advisory Committee Report. So it should, now this committee will be called Financial Audit Advisory Committee. Is that correct?
Actually, I'll leave that to the RM chair, because
Okay.
I don't know if it's necessary
You need a
to
handle
change.
or a cap yet to cover. I'm not sure what your handle is within the
Sure.
current structure, because it's
Okay.
changing
Well,
so rapidly and fast.
Well, that committee report and the name of the committee stand to show the history. That is the correct term for what the work has been so far. If the RM chair wishes to change our name for the future or call us to further service, we can do that. But I appreciate
Okay,
that.
so what is your official title of your committee? Is it called the Financial Audit Committee?
I believe it is the Advisory Committee on Financial Audit and Management Review.
You just told me you struck. I'm not trying to be
Sure,
combative.
sure.
I just want to be able to make a reference to the hardworking group, and you folks
Thank you.
are hardworking.
Well, there is that official title that we have, which is long, but the heart of it is we've dropped the management review. So it's going to deal with financial audit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the clarification. Well, let me just rush through real quickly the final 2 pages. Page 2 is easy because there's nothing new. The slide is telling us what the scope will include, and it fulfills the orders you gave us as trustees. We'll identify any areas of waste, abuse, and fraud in procurement. And by the way, we're not going to be targeting anything. We use best practices, so we look at everything and find what's good and what's not good. It's very objective. Secondly, contract management with respect to the financial side. Third, compliance with applicable internal policies, procurement, and ethics code with respect to the financials, and internal controls on reporting strategic results. Now, let me just answer one question before going to the end. Why do we choose an SOQ rather than RFP? And that was very important. First of all, we wanted to have a process that made sure qualifications, SOQ, Statement of Qualifications, was more important than the bid. We don't want to just go after the lowest bid. We want to go after somebody who meets some rigorous qualifications. We want the best qualified firms, and so that's why we went with the SOQ. The other reason is in terms of what the hoops we have to jump through, the SOQ is something we could complete now in time to save money for OHA, because the firms that can qualify have just finished their audit season. So they're putting their work on their docket, and we can go in and actually get a better bid from firms that can qualify rather than waiting until the RFQ is finished. I've got the last page, if you'll turn to the last slide.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
sorry,
Yes, certainly.
just a clarification, but I asked Phyllis to come because Corp Council had made some suggested edits, but we just found out now that she didn't forward them to Trustee Aquino's advisory council. So one of the questions I wanted to confirm with her on this page, if you go back to the identification areas of waste, abuse, and fraud in procurement, which our Corp Council felt should be defined, and whether or not that's a requirement or would be helpful.
Right. So what I did was I worked with John, JK, trustees of Aloha trustees, my apologies, and then we looked up what waste fraud in reference to auditing and audit services, and that I provided to Corp Council, and it was my kuleana and my apologies that I did not forward it to the committee. But I think in looking at those, we were fine with the method in which we were using these, and I can provide that to the BOT.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, it's a definition or
Definition.
statement.
Phyllis, first of all, I want to say thank you for your work, and I thank you for working with our committee members. It has been very valuable. And of course, we proceeded in bona fide good faith that we've received all your input, and you have given your okay on the document that we actually produced. Is it necessary for us to stop our process today in order to incorporate the changes, or is that something you can give us after the fact?
I can give you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm ready to wrap up my presentation and call for the question.
Wrap it up.
Thank you. Okay, just finally, where do we go from here? Slide 3. We will see that the SOQ will be published within the next 2 to 3 weeks. Administration through Phyllis will take care of that. The selection committee will select the most qualified firm based on experience, past performance, and capacity. And as we pointed out, our chair of our board, Trustee Machado, Chair Machado, is the state procurement officer here for us. The RM chair will start contract negotiations with the selected auditor. The contract will specify audit materiality levels and transaction levels. And the auditor, we expect, will start on September 1st and will be complete with his report or her report or their report by May 31st, 2018. Everything says that we're on target for this, and I think that I can report to you, Madam Chair, that your Audit Advisory Committee has done its work.
Trustee
Trustee
Kelly,
Lindsay.
one more piece that you're missing in your presentation is the cost
Yes,
of the audit for 5 years.
that's right.
Do you have a ballpark figure?
We've
We've been talking about $1 million. In the advisory committee's minutes or discussions, they described 300,000. So this morning we heard $1 million, then we heard 300,000 from your audit advisory committee report. So
Certainly. Madam Chair, we have made a very specific recommendation to the RM Chair of a dollar amount, and I would
she
ask
shared
you.
that with me, but I
Very
just
good.
want you to go on record so
Okay.
people know that this is the amounts we're talking about.
500,000.
Thank you very much. With that said, we are on record now as proposing that a 5-year audit take place and a budget item of $500,000 be allocated for that. Thank you.
Can I ask, is John Kim, how would we engage with this request for funding? Because under the chair's budget, I'm recommending that this amount be included in this for the budget consideration, along with some of the other contracts under the RM committee, such as the real estate consulting and the financial and consulting also. So is that the proper way to make the request? I know the RM chair has actually asked you, but what mechanism would come under the chair's budget?
Model Chair. So we're still in the process. Since the BOT workshop has been conducted a few weeks back, we have gone back and has been working to address a lot of the areas that were raised as concerns or problematic. So, we'll certainly be coming back to have a follow-up discussion on a lot of those areas. But there's a couple of different options for something like this. It's something that can be incorporated into the fiscal 18-19 biennium budget. Right now, based on what we have shared, administration has shared during the budget workshop, that budget did not include any budgeted amount for the fiscal 18 for the audit of $300,000 or $500,000, but it is something that can be incorporated into it. Obviously, it's something that because we have a finite spending limit based on our spending policy, identifying the $500,000 that is projected for this audit will mean that something else will have to come off the table. So that's something that I believe the administration is going to have to, discuss and look at, re-comb through what we're looking at and communicate with the board on what our recommendation may be. And another option that I have shared previously, which I know is worrisome for at least some of the trustees, is that fiscal reserve is another option for this budget to be considered for.
Um,
point number three, I have a question on that. I just asked the question, who's the chief procurement officer? And who has in next steps, who makes those decisions? This one says the RM chair.
So typically, an SOQ process like this, the CPO has the procurement authority delegated to HOPA, which is Kapohana. So, and then further delegations are made where the actual legwork of the procurement process is conducted by the procurement unit staff and the procurement manager. So they will typically go through the SOQ process, work with the evaluation committee, which is determined by the people that are most deemed to have the proper experience and expertise for the evaluation of this type of work. And then the approval will typically go to Kapohana. He's a designated authority.
Right, but the
But
chair,
but
the
we
chair
have
is
been
not
talking,
here. Right.
I've been talking with KP. We're gonna delegate that authority under the chair, not under admin, because this is so sensitive. We want to keep a independent perspective on how we proceed.
Correct.
And not have KP oversee this process.
Correct. So that delegation.
And the chair of RM has asked me to delegate her.
Mhm.
I never come up with one decision yet. I think Trustee Kiliakina has asked, and also Paul has talked to my chief of staff. So we're in the process of determining that. But what's for certain is that KP will not be doing
Right.
the
I agree.
CPO review or the HPO.
And Madam Chair, that
I
delegation
wanna
can
make-
be made by
yeah,
the
it
CPO.
can be made, yeah.
Thank
Yes.
you, John.
Yeah, just want to make that clear for the public and everybody that we want to keep it as separate as possible under the trustees' review.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Trustee Lindsay has a question of Trustee.
Sorry, Bobby.
Oh, no, that's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustee Akina, I was just reflecting on the testimony from Limomi Khan this
Yes.
morning, where, she says that they can support fair, independent, and objective audit. Can we just assume that this is going to be expected of whoever the contractor we decide on? Can we just assume that, or will there be any mention in the SOQ that that's an expectation of ours?
Thank you, Trustee Lindsay. I appreciate your reference to our beneficiaries' concern. It's an important concern that this not be something that targets anyone. And I can assure you that the SOQ was produced so that it will call to us people who are objective in their ability to practice. One reason is that we made sure that the highest best practice standards that are in the industry of auditing were incorporated into the design of the SOQ. The other thing is that we did not specifically state in the SOQ that you're going to go after this person or this issue per se. We basically set up categories to review. So I'm very confident, and I can assure you that this will be an objective offer, and it will be up to the selection committee then to choose the most qualified. Thank you. Thank you very much, Trustee.
Yeah, and the only reason why I bring it up is, under item 2, contract scope, the first thing is ID areas of waste, abuse, and fraud.
Sure.
So just trying to find a way to balance out the spirit of the contract.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
I too would like to thank your committee and all the work that Chief of Staff put in. And I want to actually acknowledge Paul and your hard work, and also Davis for keeping up balance in all that's been done. So I appreciate the hard work that Chief of Staff done and getting it to the table today.
Thank you, Chair, and I echo that to all the members of the committee who worked so hard, and I've learned a lot in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to call for the vote on the motion that you made.
There was a motion already moved and seconded, okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
I like make drama, but that's okay. Yes. I was going to say Kanalo and come back and vote yes, so I go yes.
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 Congratulations.
8?
Peter went
Oh,
to
Peter
the
went out.
Ho'opilikia.
Congratulations to all of us. It will serve the Hawaiian people. Aloha.
Okay. Do we have any beneficiaries that would like to say a few words before we close this meeting? Jermaine?
Mahalo for the vote of confidence. I'm not going to keep this very long because I know we want to all eat lunch. Aloha, my name is Jermaine Myers. I'm an OHA beneficiary for Beneficiary Advocacy and Empowerment and a lessee of Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead. So I just want to put that on the record. Regarding Kaka'ako you know, when we're talking about Kaka'ako one of the things that I'm always reminded about is that it was a $200 million settlement. And since we didn't receive cash, we received property. So sometimes when I look at that and I go, wow, if we make $500,000 in profit a year, it take us about 400 years to get $200 million. Right? So that's always on my mind. And so, you know, we don't have the $200 million to spend. So here we're talking about 30% of profit of a very small amount of $2 million. It's kind of very ironic that we're doing that because, you know, the previous administration didn't get anything that's valued at 200 million, but 50 million. So it's kind of very difficult to look at and listen to. Regarding funding of the audit, I appreciate everybody's vote of confidence in support of the approval of the action item. So grateful, and I'm glad that it'll be echoed out tomorrow as well at tomorrow's board meeting. I'm really grateful for that. I'm also grateful for the fact that it's going to be for $500,000, 500,000, and for 5 years. Because I do agree with Kelly Makekau that I never looked at it before, but yeah, it would be good to have a balance of 2 different administrations and not be just focusing on one. So I'm grateful for the 5 years. And nothing more, because I do want the May 2018 deadline, and not for it to go on further, because I do feel that there'll be work to be followed after that this administration would like to look forward to. Also, in regards to the biennium budget, I did hear what John Kim said, that it wasn't on the biennium budget. I'm glad that the biennium budget is still coming up for approval. I'm looking forward to next week's meeting. I'm also looking forward to getting the details of next week's meeting, which I'm hoping that I include the things that I had brought up at the last meeting, which I was expecting to see. Chapter 10 mandates requirements is that the 16 and 17 expended expenses, how you spent the money in 16 and 17 is going to be included in the workshop, as well as how the monies are, the effectiveness of the programs that you invested in 16 and 17, that I would be able to get to look at that as well. And then I just finally wanted to summarize in that I heard testimony about that use the verbiage witch hunt. I was kind of surprised about hearing that kind of verbiage, and that they had looking at this as the attitude, and that they kind of didn't like that. There was an attitude about it. But for me, what I witnessed myself, which is why you actually see me coming out to the meetings, in January I saw what I clarified in my mind looked like the makings of a witch hunt, which was after the previous chairperson. I object to it. I was disappointed. Mostly I was object to it because it lacked substance. There was no substance. I comb through the minutes, I comb through the meetings, I comb through the annual reports. I don't see anything that she was in charge of that justifies that she was going to go down a different negative path, or whatever you want to call it. So again, I just want to come to the table and say that. As far as witch hunt, I thought I saw that in February, January, especially on February 2nd. That was the meeting. That was a date that goes down in history at OHA. That the verbiage and the language that I heard on here was a witch hunt. I mean, I went to school. I know what it looks like. I know what it sounds like. I know the attitude. I've read a lot of biographies and autobiographies and just time in history, and it was really, really disappointing. So I'm part of Holomua Move Forward, and I'm glad to see that the audit has come before us, and I'm so grateful for all the trustees that have supported it. in moving forward with a positive conclusion. And I hope that there's not going to be any more problems with it. I'm hearing that the budget right now might be a problem, but I'm looking forward to next week's meeting, and hopefully that administration as well as the trustees will make room for the $500,000 that I think can be a part of it. Thank you so
Jermaine.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Announcement to the Board of Trustees that the workshop for...
Trustee is one more beneficiary.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Momi Khan, I'll be really quick because I know we're all hungry, Chair. Just wanted to express appreciation for the vote that was taken to do the audit and for the clarification that it is a financial audit only, and that it will be fair and objective. So thank you for that. I did want to express some comments or a frustration that I have felt, and it has to do with the budget. And I know that you folks are working on that, so just want to just share this frustration. So my frustration is this: when I look at the report, the financial reports that are published, what I find is organizations such as the Association of Hawaiian Civic Clubs, CNHA, the Shaw, and there are other organizations in the community who meet, and they meet often to discuss issues and to formulate solutions or recommendations for consideration by the legislature as well as by OHA. So for me, those folks are a form of governance. And I just would like to advocate that we take a look at giving those folks more money. I was really disappointed that all we could do was give like an average of about $10,000 to such organizations. And yet we give like $100,000 for IUCN, who on the local level does very little for our people. And all those organizations that I mentioned, they're the ones that are at the legislature. They're the ones that come here to share their mana'o with you and the hopes that we can do better for our people. So I kindly ask for the board and for my friend that's sitting next to me to please, when you're looking at the budget, consider something a little bit higher, because they are a form of governance for our people. Mahalo.
Thank you, Leimomi.
Mahalo.
Okay, just a reminder, next week, Wednesday, is the budget workshop. So any discussions, concerns, comments, we can hash it out here.
Yeah? I want to share that the input that trustees provided will have an analysis.
Yes, I will. I'll have an analysis of the comments made by you trustees. I'm hoping to give it to our administration earlier so that they can review it and have answers for us. Yeah?
Yep.
Trustee Apo?
Yeah, apology that I missed the statement of qualifications vote, but nature called.
Oh.
My sentiment is with the aye.
So you would like to register your vote as aye?
I would like to do that.
Too late already.
I don't think you can, but
We'll put it in the minutes.
Okay. But when it gets referred to the BOT tomorrow. For your wastewater.
We have a motion to adjourn. I'm sure you don't want to, but
Are you
all
done
of,
with the announcements?
yeah, just that. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we do have lunch.
We're at 1 o'clock.
Please help yourself. And we will,
That lunch for staff. Yeah,
I think they got for everybody.
very good.
1 o'clock.
The joint is supposed to be following this one.
okay.
The joint will immediately
Trustees,
follow
go get your lunch and come back to the table. And we're going to start the joint BAE, the grants.
Yeah. Yeah. Did great job. Great job.
Thank you. I said that.
Yes, for the minutes of May 4th, 2017.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Lehua. I'm sorry I failed to take roll, but let the record show that 8 of us are present and that Trustee Ahuna is somewhere in the vicinity. We'll move on to public testimony. At this time, I'd like to call Jermaine Myers, please.
Mahalo for lunch.
Aloha, Jermaine.
Thank you. I saw food of spaghetti was the bomb.com. Thank you. Aloha, my name is Jermaine Myers. I'm an OHA beneficiary for Beneficiary Advocacy and Empowerment and a lessee of Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead. Today, May 24, 2017, I submit to you data, views, and arguments in writing and by oral testimony regarding Agenda Item 4A, BARM 1701, Fiscal Biennium 2018-19 Community Grant Recommendations, which means according to HRS 92-3 Sunshine Law, OHA trustees may discuss, deliberate, and decide to take action on my public testimony on this agenda item. OHA Board Chair and Trustee Colette Machado Laitu Punohu Kekaualua III, a Kekaha Kauai resident and OHA beneficiary that asks for financial assistance, also known as grant, from OHA. According to an article in the TGI Garden Island newspaper publication dated Friday, May 12, 2017, which I'm sorry, I forgot to attach. I didn't print it out and attach it, but I will email it to you. It wrote, Native Hawaiian lands and rights were a big part of the talks at an OHA Board of Trustees meeting on Thursday, May 11 at the Kekaha Neighborhood Center. Punahu Kekau Alua III, a Kekaha resident who has Ohana and Kuleana land in Vailua, asked board members if OHA would provide resources for nationals from the Hawaiian Kingdom who seek sovereignty and claim Hawaiian lands. Sidebar example similar to Bumpy Kanahele. I believe we are entitled to this money too, he said, as about 40 people listened. By them denying me now, this is unfair for me and the people who are standing up for our nation's rights. OHA Chair Colette Machado said, OHA's hands are tied since the Hawaiian Kingdom, again this was written in the article, is not affiliated with the state. OHA is mandated to support state-related programs. As far as extracting money from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, we are unable at this time to provide that mechanism unless a private source would give us money for that purpose that we could administer for that kind of kokua with the grassroots, Machado told Kekaualua. Machado said, protecting the land is important to Native Hawaiians. We do have certain limitations as a state agency, she said. Though members of OHA commended Kekaualua for his question, the Kekaha resident was disappointed with the answers. That's why I wanted to ask this question, because they're helping all these Native Hawaiians who are considered U.S. citizens, but they are not even trying to put out anything for this Hawaiian national who is part of his nation, he said. So I'm going to make sure that I'm within my time limit. I'm going to summarize some of the stuff. Peter Apo said, the issue of sovereignty is complicated. For me, it's so painful. And then Kamana'o Crab, our OHA CEO said, which was also quoted in the article, OHA is in discussion with the county about Kuleana lands. I think it is OHA's responsibility to address this big problem. He said, how are we going to protect Kuleana lands for Native Hawaiian families? First, I would like to provide data regarding CEO's statement, which is part of my written testimony, which you can read when you have time. It talks about the 6 strategic plan initiatives. Next, in regards to OHA Board Chair Colette Machado's additional statements to Punaho, OHA beneficiary, I reviewed video footage posted online, which a beneficiary had shared with me, and I will now read for you verbatim. Punaho said, so basically saying that OHA cannot help any Hawaiian national, and Chair Machado stated, if you're unincorporated, we cannot help you through our procurement requirements under the state. So the answer is yes, that's correct. Your assessment is right on the money. Our hands are tied and we got duct tape on our mouth. I'm going to summarize that. When I checked Chapter 10, according to HRS 10-17 under grants, it states an individual, first of all, it states that at minimum the applicant shall show the name of the requesting organization or individual. Then HRS 10-17C1 says to receive a grant, there's 4 different types of applicant status. One of it being an individual, which is D, who in the board's determination is able to provide the services of activities proposed in the application for a grant. I was told by a friend that OHA created a policy that individuals must be sponsored by a nonprofit organization to receive a grant. I asked myself, what is the purpose of Hi'ile Aloha LLC, a nonprofit community-based organization and subsidiary of OHA managed by the OHA CEO, CFO, and COO? When we review the LLC's checkbooks, which we have no access to right now, will we find that OHA's board, by unanimous vote, elected to give individuals grant funds through Hi'ile Aloha LLC? I would like to go back to Chair Machado's statement to Punahou, but also to every OHA beneficiary watching the live stream, which included myself. She said, our hands are tied and we got duct tape on our mouth. I disagree with Trustee Peter Apo's statement. This statement is painful and challenging to hear and visualize. To hear Chair Machado make the statement that our 9 elected trustees have their hands tied and have duct tape on their mouth was appalling. What was also challenging was to watch our elected officials say nothing to correct this false and egregious statement. Not even Vice Chair to the Board of Trustees, Kauai Trustee Dano Ahuna, who had a lot to say to and about the previous Board Chair, Akana. He sat there and said nothing. Therefore, OHA beneficiaries were put on notice that OHA Board of Trustees consists of 1 trustee and 8 subordinates. I have rope and duct tape trustees. I hope Chair Machado's statement is not a statement of truth, but a true statement made by a tyrant and a bully. The composition of 9 elected OHA Board of Trustees that day looked like, as of February 2007, 1 tyrant, 4 trustees, and 4 tagalongs. Ehana kako.
You will find in the process that we're going to be engaging to review community grants that there is a strict policy on clearance with the state. There's the DCCA, a process that will give you tax clearance prior to any award from OHA. So my position has always been that we are unable to help those that are not incorporated under a 501c3 umbrella. Most of the nationals that come to OHA, they themselves make the choice that they don't want to accept monies from a state agency like the Office of Foreign Affairs. You know, and to call me a tyrant and a bully, I feel that you're also a tyrant and a bully with your process that you engage with. But as an elected official, there are procedures that we adhere to. And you, with your incredible background, should know what these processes are. All of the grant applicants that have been screened and those that have been denied did not meet certain qualifications, which was to review them, which was to get a process through this state express. You go through the tax office. I don't know. They're going to explain all that to you. But I can tell you that when it comes to that process, if you're not engaged with the state, you're not paying your taxes timely, you don't get the kind of clearance that you need, you're not going to be eligible for funding from even Hawaiian Homes and also the Office of Foreign Affairs. I did not make that up. I wasn't being a tyrant. I wasn't trying to engage with a combative approach. I was just trying to be very direct. And Punoho struck me as a sincere Hawaiian, and Trustee Ahuna and others have acknowledged that he is a really hard worker, and he really works the land, and he does these traditional kinds of work to maintain aloha aina. I did not try to be combative to him, but I wanted him to know, rather than not be specific, that in order to be eligible for OHA fundings, you would have to have some kind of incorporation.
What I want to respond to that is I heard everything that was stated. I
Yes,
do
you did.
outline.
I don't disagree with your statement.
Okay.
Only your personal opinion of me of being a tyrant and a bully.
Well, when you
I'm not
use
dis-
the word duct tape and hands tied behind
That
someone's
is
back,
just an expression that we all do, hands behind our back, and we cannot speak our mind freely. You can put duct tape or scotch tape, whatever your preference would be, or just a ziplock or a zipper. We are limited in what we can express ourselves, Jermaine.
but Chair Machado, what I would want to say to you is I will email to you the actual article. And I actually have the copy of the footage.
I think we got it.
Okay, so if you look at with your conversation with him versus another trustee who was asking for money or land to bury their people.
He was looking for land for a cemetery.
Correct.
So why
Correct.
not you select the land that you think would be appropriate?
What was
and then
interesting was
come
that
back
you
to
had the
us?
conversation, an ongoing conversation with him to decipher his needs and what OHA could provide. With Punaho, you made a definitive statement. There was no vetting to understand his what he was willing to do. You're saying previous people who would ask, they're not willing to go to the state. He never made mention of that. There was no say, come on the side, brother, we go talk story. There was no main mention of that. It was just my hands tied behind me. So it was a definitive statement that money's not dialogue regarding the fact that an individual can get. Maybe you can go through Hi'ile Aloha and get the fundings through them. No clarification about his tax status was made. So that's why I'm stating that when you witness that, we taking measurements as far as what OHA can and cannot do for us. So when you made that definitive statement, you made it look at like you were a tyrant and a bully because you were very, very combative with him, but very okay with the other gentleman. And I have the footage, the conversation went on and on
Are
and
you
on.
aware with that older kupuna that spoke? He claimed that he stated that he is with I think it was the Kekaha Homestead Association.
But see, that's the
That
point.
he's really speaking as a. So I asked him, "Well, convene a meeting, create a committee, put together a subcommittee from your group, and look at the land base here, the location, your geographical location that you feel would be appropriate." That's all I was trying to do.
Whereas Punoho, even though he's not an association, there was no dialogue as far as how money could be transferred to him as an individual. There was no dialogue to see the fact that he does take care of the Nepali coast. He fundraised to get monies to make one canoe to go in the caves. He's asking for 4. There was no dialogue about that. It was just clear cut. Ole.
What you don't know is that evening we were in the historic Waimea Theater, and he gave testimony, and I'm not sure if that was sent out, but in the test I did have chance to talk to him. That's how I got to know what his community commitments are, what kind of young man he's made out of. But a lot of times when people come to address the BOT, they're actually asking a political question, and they're also challenging the Office of Foreign Affairs as a state agency.
I didn't see it as a challenge. I saw him as asking, and it was a definitive answer.
Sorry,
You weren't on the night before
Okay.
meeting.
I'm going to ask if
Don't
KP.
shut up, thank you.
If KP can interject here.
Yes.
I believe you were asked to do a follow-up.
Yes.
On the matter.
So actually, Jermaine, we were directed by trustees to go discuss with Mr. Lua how there is a possibility. So the possibility is that even if the individual is a national under the Kingdom of Hawaii or a citizen under the Hawaii Kingdom, they still are able to participate as a project through a fiscal sponsor who is incorporated as a non-profit 501c3. So we after the meeting at Kekaha that Thursday morning, myself, I believe, others went up to explain to him how he could do that, and he was aware of a nonprofit that, yes, you could do that if they're willing to support your project. You would have to file through them, and then they go through the process, our process here. But they would be advocating on your behalf, but also part of the fiscal management. So I don't know if he knew that, but gave he was appreciative of the clarification. So that is one way where individuals other the Kingdom of Hawaii or Hawaiian Kingdom can receive money. That's one way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Huna, you've been very
Yeah.
patient.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Jermaine, for coming up and bringing this issue up. First of all, I know Punohu very well. And great guy, hard worker, and I support everything what he does and what they're doing. I'm a big supporter. But the reason why I didn't say anything is because I asked him to come. I needed him to come and explain to our board. That was me who called him. For the record, in front of everybody,
Okay.
I called him to come. That's my boy.
Okay.
Good guy. But, you know, because of, you know, he said, she said, it gets to this point where mistrust is being fulfilled on this table. And for me, I can look around and I know who I support. I'm a people kind of guy. I'm there for the people. I spoke with Punohu before the meeting. I encouraged him to come to this meeting. I was with him after the meeting. And it's important that people know that with Kuleana Lands, I would like to impact on how we move on this process. But the thing is, as an individual, I cannot make that decision right now. But the thing is, I'm just watching because we have to support these people. We got to know who's our beneficiary. Who is our beneficiaries? Is it the big end or the small end? You know, because we're talking about state laws and everything. These
But
guys
actually,
come
we'll
with
look
totally
at chapter
different.
10, it does clarify, as well as the audits do clarify. The state auditor clarified who it is.
Right.
Okay.
So the thing is, what I'm trying to say is we
I'm
still looking for
confused.
capacity to help these people. We want to help these people. This is our own people. These are my students. But as far as Dana Huna never say nothing or anything, I think Dana Huna is the ones who called Punohu to come, and that is fact.
To say, to be heard, to be told, put duct tape on our mouth. We got duct tape on our mouth and hands tied behind our back.
Yeah.
And you thought it was okay.
I'm gonna be honest. In the context that was used, it wasn't even nobody was fighting or anything. There was no disruption in.
Figurative.
Yeah, it was figurative. Rupert Rowe came up and spoke too after that, and was using this kind of references and everything. But the thing is, if people were offended, I am very apologetic because that's the island that I represent. But what people should know is like me, I called Punohu to come, and he knows that, and I wanted him to speak on behalf of these people. We're looking for how we can support these guys better. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's important.
Thank you.
Trustee Apo.
You know, I would tell you one of the things I said that you may or may not have picked up. And I said to him, the enemy is within. It's not people outside of the Hawaiian community that's our problem. The problem is that we fight with each other. We cannot seem to stop the alamihi. It's unbelievable. So this kind of dialogue is, I don't know, it's really depressing for me. How can we move forward? We cannot be respectful of each other and be more understanding and compassionate. We're all human, you know, we all make mistakes. But for run around all day pointing fingers at everybody is not the answer. That will drive us into hell. Thank you.
I mean,
No, I heard his comments, and I find it interesting that it's in May that he's saying that and not in February. When I asked for not perfection to be looked at the previous chair, because I talked about perfection as well in my testimony. Before you guys all moved, clearly there was 5 votes, and I saw. Okay, so you guys made that. I came out because this is the type of conversation that you're talking about against within. That's why I'm here, because you guys were within fighting. So now when we're telling you guys stop fighting and don't come and fight with us with a certain type of language, don't use that kind of terminology to us beneficiaries, you're telling me that that is negative to you? I agree, it's negative.
What Colette said was a figure of speech. It was not
It is a figure of speech that is heard. Get plenty things you can say out of your mouth. I don't choose to use that kind of terminology. I don't use that terminology. I have never used it against any of you guys. I've used the words that you guys actually state to us in documents. I have not come over here until today to say, okay, you know what, that word looked like this. But other than that, you guys, I have always stated the words that you guys telling us in your annual reports, otherwise.
Jermaine. Mopopo yala ho no ho mea haiwale no na yara.
I don't speak Hawaiian.
So, I believe you made your point a number of times in terms of the fairness and treatment of behavior amongst the trustees to trustees. And you made a number of statements to remind them in terms of not just your expectation, of beneficiary expectation of a higher standard of conduct. But all I'm saying is you made your point a number of times, and rather than getting into a dialogue,
I'm not.
yeah,
I'm
but-
responding.
yeah, but you have sufficient time to have responded.
Okay.
And lava.
I just made my final statement. I've been sitting on the side listening a lot,
Right.
and I made my final statement. Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo.
Anything
Jermaine.
else? Thank you.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Do we have anyone else here who would like to comment under public testimony? If not, we will move on to new business, Kapuana,
Yes.
or biennium community grants recommendations.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Bob Lindsay, and trustees. Just a recap, we had two previous grant workshops. So today is a return in terms of the actual community grant recommendations that went through extensive review as stated in the two workshops. And today, the staff is coming forward to present actually who were awarded for each strategic priority and the result. So I'll call upon our program grant specialist, Misty Pali Oreo, and will others be coming, or just you, Miss? Okay.
AP, I just have a question. Has any of these people that you folks are recommending to us been notified that they got their grants?
No, we have not contacted them to let them know they're awarded. We don't do that until the chair of the board signs award letters after it's approved.
I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Before we begin, Chair, the last workshop, I believe there was a number of feedback from trustees with respect to trustee priorities and how we look at the funding for the grant, the disbursement. If you look on page 2, this is based on what the board had approved last year, 2016, in terms of the funding amounts. We are just coming back before the board with what the approval was in these categories. For example, so that's what it is. And so that is what the staff has been directed per your approval to review grants in these specific categories of housing, income, health, education, culture, land, and Ahahui grants. We also wanted to state that we have heard your feedback, and the feedback that came back from the brief survey that we had done was that it still remained that housing, income, health, and education were the primary 4 areas, while culture and land was less. What we can say, I'm not too sure if you're going to have a slide, but this is in addition to the grants, we do provide funding, say for education, the 1.5, which is now a line item budget for charter schools. We also provide the DHHL housing, which is, well, not really housing, but $3 million as a debt consolidation, who DHHL use it in their projects for infrastructure for housing development. What we are saying is, even though you see this here, there are other sources of funding that still are applied to these strategic priority areas.
Madam Chair and Kapan, I thought we were going to put the 3 million on hold until we found out from Hawaiian Homes how
That's
they're
correct.
using the money.
Right, that's correct. So we haven't made any decision about that. I believe Chair is considering certain action, but all I'm saying is in the past, we have included that as part of our totality of grants that go to specifically housing. So what you see in this table here is just what the board had approved in 2016 for the for the staff to begin deliberating on how to vet the grant proposals that came forward, so they can allot them in these specific funding categories and allotment.
Mr. Chair, I have a question on page 2 on income. You have 500,000 allocated for 18 and 500,000 for 19. What is that money used for when you say it's for income?
Our income programs provide services that include, they do career assessments, they provide vocational training funds, so we provide up to $4,000 per beneficiary to go back to school and take either a trade, get a CDL license, CNA. The program is expected to help them find a job in that field and then help them, monitor them to make sure that they're successful in their job for at least 6 months.
Is that an in-house program or do you contract this?
These are all granted out to nonprofits.
And you have statistics to show that this money is well spent?
Yes.
At some point, I hope we have a workshop to look at these statistics to see how we really are making a dent. Oh, I'm sorry, because she's sitting down talking to her. I'm sorry,
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Right.
I hope that at some point we have a workshop to discuss the follow-up on the grants and how much, how many people we're actually helping with our funding, so that the percentages, when we get percentages of how we're helping in categories, we understand how many people we would be talking about.
I think Madam Chair, but Chair Lindsay. So we did have a meeting with Trustee Hulu Lindsay yesterday, and she brought up that exact point. And we agree in a future workshop that we can provide not only our annual update regarding the strategic plan with respect to the results that we are achieving, but then I think there's more granular questions that the trustees want, exactly the outcomes for each grantee. And I believe we're capable of doing that, and agree with a future presentation.
Trustee Alun?
A question on these numbers. So in each individual line item, that's the maximum amount that you award?
Correct.
Yes.
For each year, you have fiscal year 2018, 500,000 to fiscal year 2019, 500,000. Okay, we'll continue. So Misty will go through what's been approved, and then eventually get into the grants that we're awarded.
So like Kamana'o said, hi, I'm Misty. We are here to, to ask for the approval of, these thoroughly vetted grant recommendations. What we're recommending is that we fund 23 projects for the fiscal biennium in the 6 categories that represent our strategic priorities. On page 3, you'll see the timeline, which we followed. The solicitation was issued in September. We started conducting orientations statewide. A total of 236 participants attended those orientations across the state and via the web. The application deadline was in December. In January, we started evaluating. That all wrapped up in about March, and then here we are. We received a total of 123 applications this time around. They were requesting over $32 million. So we can see that the need in our community is very, very large. Of those 123, 105 were eligible for review. The proposals were scored by a committee of both internal and external reviewers. So you can take a look on page 3. Of the 23, we've made a breakdown of the island allocations. Hawaii Island, we are recommending 3 projects. Maui, 2 projects. Kauai, 1 project. Molokai, 1 project. There are 3 statewide projects, 5 projects that are serving multiple islands but not statewide. If you take a look at either the matrix, which is attachment A, though that lists exactly which islands the multiple island grants represent, and then Oahu, 8 projects. Let's see. So, keeping on going with the action item, we had asked for general funds for grants this time around again from the legislature. We received not as much as we had asked for. We had asked for $1 million and we received $369,000.
It's on page 4, trustees.
Page 4.
So sorry.
Go ahead.
So we didn't receive max funding from the ledge?
No.
No. Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to make that clear.
Right. So, I'm sorry to interject. So, the general funds appropriations that we usually request from the legislature to fund to match, we did not get the full funding. So the feedback from the last meeting workshop directed to us was to see how we can make further budget reduction to get back to a total 6 million. So we have done that based on the last workshop to get up to the total funding. So we made it up, which was 630,000.
Just a quick question, Chair. Do you think that our Native Hawaiian beneficiaries, they have an easier time at receiving matching funds, or I mean, how does it work with our everyday beneficiaries? Because right now I'm seeing Goodwill, the Queens Medical After School All Stars. I got to question these because I know they can receive matching funds, and I know they have working relationships with these funders, and yet we're giving them max amounts despite our decrease in our annual budget from the ledge. And again, where does that put the other beneficiaries who are asking for grants? We just was on Kauai. The reason why I'm saying that is we were on Kauai, and we heard a bunch of people come up and talk about their programs, but yet none of them got funded. So I have questions about that.
Sure. Let me address your question about match funding first. Of the 123 applications that we received, only a handful actually could not come up with the 20% required match. All 105 that were eligible had the match funding required. And then of the 18 that did not meet the eligibility requirements, not all were for match funding. Just a few were for match funding. Some of them were for other compliance-related reasons or not having complete applications. So match funding has not been shown to be a huge barrier to receiving an OHA grant.
Trustee Akano?
These organizations, taking off of what Dan said, like the Queens Medical Center, did they come up with a match?
Yes, they did.
Just perhaps because we had this discussion with trustee because it's on her island, maybe we want to explain the specifics of those types of projects so the board has a better idea of how our money is being used in the community to benefit our Native Hawaiian people.
It's on.
So one of the thoughts was that this money is going to Queens, and it's Queens people, not the community. It's not going to the community. So we can answer that question very clearly.
on page 3 of 6.
So specifically for the Queen's Grant, if you actually take a look at the one-page recommendation sheets that we have included in attachment D, I believe, the one-page recommendation sheet actually reflects the fact that Queens is not receiving any of the OHA grant. The entire OHA grant is being subcontracted to Makahana Kaike, which is a nonprofit that is located within Hana, to support their staffing, their garden program, their building program, their hula program, their fishnet program. So that program is actually doing a lot of work. So what they've done is they've taken a holistic look at health, and incorporated a lot of Hawaiian culture, and then also clinical aspects of, that the Queens staff brings in. So Queens pays all their own staff. That's part of their match. They pay their own travel costs to get to Hana, and we simply provide funding for the in-Hana activities. Queens is supporting the ku'i'ai portion of the program by buying $16,000 worth of supplies for board and stone for Hana community members.
Yeah, I did, just for your information, I did ask in detail why Queens Hospital was getting monies. This is going to be the 6th year, and I was a little concerned. I also wanted to know if any monies was going to go directly to Queens, who seems to have a lot of money, and no monies are going to Queens. This almost looks like a facilitating of several agencies in the Hana community.
Right.
You know, so I'm sure you folks remember Rick Ortiz, who
Right.
comes to us every year when we have our Maui, and he'll probably be there next month. And he comes to report about the progress of how, that's actually one grant that I know where the money is going, because he's so responsible, and he doesn't only look at the carpentry of the young men, but he also does the farming. So he's involved in everything in Hana, and it's refreshing to know that this money is really going to our Native Hawaiians. And I was satisfied with the answers given by our administration, because it's important to us as trustees that these monies are going to the people, and not to big companies.
I'm going to follow up on this. The reason I'm asking about this, like Trustee Hulu Lindsay stated, this is the 6th year that they're getting a grant, and granted they're worthy of it, but it comes under health, and I don't see a direct correlation to health. I mean, it's activities that they do, and yes, that's exercise, so it goes towards obesity or whatever. But if we're going to do something with health, I really want to see us do something with health, and this cannot be the only thing that we do. I'm not saying they shouldn't get the money. I'm saying that this cannot be the only category that we look at for health. We have health problems big time. We've got drug problems that are, every island. So we have to expand this thing called health.
Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to, you have a legitimate question, Trustee Akana. So I think Misty should share in terms of Queens's partnership and how they measure the decreasing obesity, blood draws, cardiovascular risk. But then your point, because that was shared the last time, about substance abuse and other areas that we should be considering.
And the reason why I believe the reason why we decided on obesity as an organization was that obesity was one of the risk factors for many chronic diseases. Our strategic plan is to reduce the onset of chronic disease for Native Hawaiians, and obesity is one factor that if we can combat obesity, the other risk factors will be combated as well. So through these projects, these projects are for obesity, but they're attacking things like diabetes, they're attacking cardiovascular disease, heart disease, asthma. Each of these programs have different things that they are working on related to health and obesity. Obesity was just kind of the overarching thing that if we worked on that, our reach would be broader than if we chose just asthma or just, and it's in aligned with our strategic plan.
I know that, but we can't use the strategic plan to throw a dart into a big space and say, well, that's part of the strategic plan. That's the problem with the strategic plan. But,
Trustee Ahuna?
wait, let me just finish this thought. My point is that how often does Queens go and do these tests on these people? To test their blood, to test their obesity. They put them on diets while they're doing all this activity and stuff. What is their contribution?
Yes, so the Queen's staff, the Queen's clinical staff, the nurses visit HANA every month and the doctors visit quarterly. At the nurses' visits every month, they take their, their blood pressure, their BMI, not, for whichever participants are participating in the activities which they're present at. And then the doctors try to do a more comprehensive health screening when they come.
Okay, Trustee Ahuna, then Trustee Paul.
You okay, Trustee?
Then we have
Okay, so the question is, did we adopt any policy going forward that limits awards to organizations whose mission is directly serving Native Hawaiians or Native Hawaiian communities? Because there's some organizations that serve the broader community. Now, I'm looking at maybe serving our community first, and then maybe looking at a policy then actually serving these other broader communities. Is there a policy that does that, or no? We got to give to everybody.
Yes, if you're alluding to that in this grant process, there have been a number of what I would say institutions, like like Queens, maybe like other social vocational programs, that their mission is also to serve the general population. And if you're saying if there's a current policy that only suggests we fund Native Hawaiian organizations or nonprofits,
that's all.
right? There is no current policy.
There isn't a policy, but one of the things in the application that we actually ask them to detail out for us is how many Native Hawaiians are in the geographic area they propose to serve, and what is the needs of those Native Hawaiians. When we are reviewing the application, those are the types of things that we consider very seriously. When making our recommendations, it's how many Native Hawaiians are they going to serve? Are they going to do it in a way that we feel is effective for our people? Is it culturally responsive? And those are the kinds of things that we have them enumerate in their application, and then we review and take very seriously when we score these and make recommendations to you.
My issue is we don't have a Queens Medical Center on Kauai. So again, how are we looking at serving our people?
And that's a part of the reason why another factor besides scores that we take into account is geographic area. For the area of health, we did recommend a project on Kauai, Malama Kauai, which is going to provide nutritious lunches for the charter school students the Hawaiian Focus charter school students on Kauai. So oftentimes we have projects that are just serving a specific geographic area. But we try to spread the funding out so that we have more communities benefiting from the grant funds.
Trustee Paul, then Chair Machado.
Yeah, sometimes I tend to get cerebral, but it's hard for me not to. First of all, I think the dialogue is really good, and okay, we have legacy lands that contribute to establishing a definitive geocultural footprint of a people of self-determination. What's missing is a grant category of legacy grants that look at institutions that are gathering places for people and represent a footprint across the islands in terms of the numbers that are being reached. For instance, legacy grant category, in my opinion, would include Association of Hawaiian Civic Clubs, Council of Native Hawaiian Advancement, Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation, Royal Societies, Kahuliawa, as an example. So that you have the land over here. Now you have concentrations of people so that the dollar that is spent can be measured in terms of its investment in bodies of people that are out there, all contributing to this network of Hawaiian self-determination. And that kind of, by creating a category of that and figuring out what we can or cannot afford, because it's expensive to do, then it helps make it a little easier on the other grant categories that have to apply every year, every other year. So that the legacy category for these kind of grants would be, maybe on a biennium basis, but having them up here as high priorities every time we go to make the budget. So that would be mine.
Jim Shadow and Trustee Aquino.
This is not the first time you've heard this from me, Misty, in KP.
Yes.
The point that I wanted to make is that the grant program as it currently is structured with a 24-month period award really locks out those that are what we call startup organizations that do not meet the bigger kind of goals you folks are looking to achieve. And we hear this repeatedly. We are asking, I know at this table and even at the BOT level, we are asking for more participation in the final outcome, whether it's a communications to notify us or even notifying us on those grantees that were denied. I mean, in previous years, you folks used to include the grantees that didn't make it, but we don't see any of that. But we get calls, and they notify us. Another big concern is that you continue to fund those that received from the past fiscal year into this fiscal year. And if I'm mistaken, you can correct me. Goodwill Industries, they're getting like almost all the money for the 2 years. I think it's what is it, $760,000 they're gonna get?
720,000 to serve 4 sites. That's why the amount for Goodwill is really large, because they're asking for $180,000 to serve 4 different sites, 2 on the Big Island, a Kauai site, and an Oahu site.
What happened to Maui?
They were partnering with another applicant, so they didn't want to step on toes and apply for that island.
So the total award to this one organization, according to your income category and your one-page sheet, is $720,000. So, and they were previously awarded. So those are some of the issues I think that we're concerned about, and where we feel that you have to allow to provide for the startup organizations. And you lock it up for 24 months, it puts a big burden on the organization to accommodate the smaller ones.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, sorry, Trustee Aquino, then Trustee Akana, and then Trustee Ahulo. Thank you. Trustee Akana.
Okay, thank you. I've asked the chair of this committee to have a workshop for the trustees to look at defining and reviewing how we give out grants and the prioritization of the grants, because it's too broad right now where anything can be applied to the strategic plan. And trustees need to take this by the horns, because we're the policymakers. We can decide. That division made their own policy to go 2 years. We never did that before. The board can mandate to say, no, for some grants, 2 years, because you have to see the progress. The feds give out these grants. The maximum for a federal grant is 3 years. And they look at things of sustainability. Can these people sustain themselves and be self-sustaining after the 3rd year? But you don't go on and on and on and on and on to keep funding the same people. At some point, they have to be able to be sustainable. They have to be. We cannot keep funding the same people. And then what happens is the small groups, the small people who want only 100,000, or maybe they want 75,000, they get left out. And those grants are only usually for 1 year. And we can do that. We need to go back to that. Then we can serve more people. And it'll be more fair in the process. So I've asked the RM chair to have a meeting where trustees can sit down and look at our grant process and talk about our priorities and really give guidance to the grants program and say to them so they have something to follow. And it'll be our agenda, our policy, what the trustees want, not something that you just pull out of the air that because you think it fits in the strategic plan. And of course, we've been talking about redoing that strategic plan, relooking at it, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, especially since the federal government has cut so many programs now that a lot of people are going to come to us. We have to be prepared for that. They're going to come to us. So we have to really tighten our belts and look at spreading out our money and making money. Making money. Come on, Hawaiians, we can make money. I mean, when I was a teenager, I used to go to Waikiki with all my friends, walk to Waikiki from Palolo. My father wouldn't give me 15, 20 cents, whatever the bus fare was. Oh, walk. I walked. So you have to walk. We go down to Waikiki, we take pictures with the tourists, and then we just kind of hold our hands out like that. And that's how we'd get our lunch money and our bus money to go home. I mean, come on, we can think out of the box. We can make some money. Let's do that. Okay, enough. Get off the soapbox. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Akana. Trustee Akina, and then on to Trustee Ahuna.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to agree with the previous trustees who've spoken. I think we have a little bit of a problem now. If we're going to go through each grant recommendation and scrutinize it to this level, we won't be out of here before the biennial budget needs to be approved. And so what I want to do is recognize our concerns are legitimate. They are.
Yes.
But we've put the administration in a difficult situation. They have been under a deadline. They have had a set of guidelines to fulfill. And I, for one, want to say that when I've seen the administration come here in workshops to discuss the grants process, it is a disciplined process. It is a fair process, and I commend the administration for that. So I don't think they have failed in this effort, but I think what we're realizing is we now have a job as trustees to give stronger direction in order to fulfill our policy desires. For example, Trustee Apo mentions a policy for legacy organizations. We need to define that. Chair Machado talks about being able to have an initiative to help startups that don't meet all of the high-level qualifications. We have to define that. Trustee Akana talks about making sure that organizations don't get dependent but learn to be self-sufficient. We have to define what we need, what we mean by that, and what the qualification should be. And I could go on and on. So what I'm thinking is this. We probably should move quickly to approve the package that has been given us by the administration with perhaps some items bifurcated that we're concerned about. Then make sure that we do plan to go through a policy defining workshop in which we state what's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Akina. Before we leave today, we will act on the action item. Trustee Ahuna.
I just wanted to reiterate on what Trustee Akana has been saying. And I believe in the past we gave these large amount of money to support them with larger amounts of money. But what's been happening is I've been speaking every single biennium about grants for Kauai. Kauai is a rather smaller island, and we're stuck in the middle of numbers. We're stuck. Hui gives out to maybe 15, 20,000, and then we got these guys receiving 500,000. So now we have. When you talk about startup, we're lost in this big discrepancy. So what I'm trying to say is I don't want to fight over here. That's not the right way to do this. We've been always making recommendations and everything. But what I would like to see is the board should defer this recommendation in its entirely until the following actions have been taken. And today I prepared recommendations and a resolvement to these issues. And just like how legislation cut our budget, we should be taking percentages and be cutting grants too as well. But also identifying the different aspects of issues that the trustees have. For example, we need to adopt some kind of policy to create grant initiative that operates year-round. I'm hearing everybody. And for me, it'll help the people on our island. Secondly, identify funding for the new year-round grants initiatives to start fiscal year 2018. C, board adopt a policy going forward that limits awards to organizations whose mission is directly serving Native Hawaiians or the Native Hawaiian community. If no qualified applicants are identified, then awards can be opened up to those organizations that serve a broader mission. And this will address the concern that non-Hawaiian serving groups are receiving grants and large grants. But also, recommendations. I mean, we have in income, Goodwill Industries of Hawaii, total of 720,000. I think if, the recommendation that I would make is 14% reduction in award. Okay, health, Queens Medical Center, 382,000. I recommend a 10% reduction in that. And so on and so on. I'm not here trying to say they're bad organization. I'm not doing that. But the thing is, we need to correlate what's going on. If legislation is cutting, we should be cutting on the grants too as well. Everything should be consistent. And that's all I'm saying. It's just that this is large amounts of money we're giving to people. Large amounts of money. And it's taking away from the smaller people who needs these startup monies on the outer islands like Kauai. And I'm going to say that again.
Response, KP? Yes. I really want to applaud the trustees for sharing very direct and concrete suggestions, and I think it's well received. What Trustee Ahuna has proposed, I think, has some legitimacy to it. My only caution is that the board consider, like in two examples. So for example, like with Goodwill Industries, there's approximately about a 30 to 40% of the people they serve are Native Hawaiian. Honui has a good point. Yes, Goodwill Services. So they also, they're not just the Goodwill you see.
No, I'm saying only 30 to 40%?
Yeah, but that's, no, what I'm saying is the total how much they serve, of that total population, 30 to 40% are Native Hawaiian. So what I'm saying is that we should be careful and considerate of the criteria that is developed.
Right.
Great. So there's an argument to be made that some of these big institutions, with or without our funds, they still will serve the general population. So even if we didn't give them the funds, they still would have to serve whoever walks through their doors. But our program is specifically for them to support Native Hawaiians, whether that's vocational job rehabilitation, and they come for that. So that's one example, so just to consider. Second would be sort of like the Queens, and Trustee Hulu is correct, I believe this project is helped to galvanize the community, because even though there's a health center there, only certain people from HANA can go there to receive services, because if they only have a particular insurance. But I think what this program does, it's a much more community-based, cultural focus, which is more consistent in terms of our health approach, in terms of health, eliminating or reducing health disparities. So the example about that one is if we reconsider the criteria, we would no longer fund a project that is in a geographically isolated community. So what I'm saying is that just give that some thought, but your suggestions on reduction, I think, are legitimate, but we need that direction from you.
So coming out, what I'm trying to say is, I do support all these organizations, but the thing is, we need to spread this money out to the much smaller people who's really asking. They come to our meetings and they ask. And for me, these are just recommendations. I applaud you guys for doing a great job. It's tough. I totally understand. But however, if we make these small little reductions, I think we can spread this amongst our people. That's all I'm asking for. This is just a recommendation. That's all I'm saying.
I wanted to also let you know that many of the recommendations that we've made already include reductions to their original proposed budgets. In making these recommendations, our review committees looked at stuff like line item budgets. We said, we won't pay for this item, we won't pay for that item. We negotiated, we took a look between our committee members and said, our money could go further. We did have a lot of those discussions in
Misty,
coming up
how
with
would
these
we have
recommendations.
known that if you didn't share it here? How would we have known you folks did some reductions? Because we only get the materials you folks have prepared and sanitized. We don't know how much you deducted from my project on the Kahunua one that I have an issue with. How would we have known that? That's what I'm talking about. You want us to render decisions, but yet we don't have the full information to render those decisions. If you look up there on the health on the Kuala Lumpur Public Conversion Charter School, they have a current grant that will end in June 30th, and they're being provided with another one coming up for July 1st. Kahunua Momona on the land is the same thing. Their contract for the last biennium going to end June 30th, but yet now they're coming in because they're partnering up with a Kauai grantee, which is very self-sufficient at Waipa. There's no indication of committed letters that says this is a joint. But yet I'm concerned because the structure of their board has changed. It includes more off-island people from Molokai, off-island rather than on-island. So that bothers me on the leadership. But we only get fed or provided with information that you folks provide us with. We don't see the original content or how you folks scrubbed it down. So in some ways, you cannot blame the trustees because we have a limited amount of monies. I think it's $6 million overall for this community grants. And then when we look at how we're pinching here, trying to be cost effective here, trying to conduct extreme analysis on trying to get additional funding, and then we look at one grantee, $720,000. Oh, that kind of doesn't add up.
Trustee Apo and then Trustee Waihe. Sorry. Okay, John.
I think also though we should be aware. We should also be aware instead of just of the nonprofits themselves, of the beneficiaries that get served as the result of the program. And what I mean is that like there is an argument to be made. Like let's say if you gave this nonprofit $100, they can serve 100 beneficiaries with it, as opposed to this one who can serve one beneficiary and spend the rest on overhead.
Well, that's correct.
There is an argument to be made that maybe you serve the money that's going to serve more beneficiaries than simply sustaining the nonprofit.
Right.
And I say this because like in recent days, and let me preface this, what I'm talking about, none of these are Native Hawaiian nonprofits, but I have a lot of friends that are starting nonprofits, and I wouldn't give them a grant if I, if I had a choice. But I mean,
no, but he's right.
No, because they spend all their grant money on overhead.
Right.
And I've learned this is a thing that happens. So we have to be careful, like, make sure the money is going to the
We don't pay for overhead.
beneficiaries.
Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Akana
Yeah,
and Trustee Lindsay.
for the sake of the grant staff, I think what Trustee Machado is saying, in the past, what trustees receive from grants is the original amount asked in a column, the amount that they're getting awarded, and a little bit more information on who they are, so that we know that you've made the cut and what their original ask was, and to supply us with a little more information, because just this, four lines don't tell us a heap. So that's why you have a lot of questions now at the table, because we don't have a meeting to vet this stuff.
So, are we intending to bifurcate today?
I'm going to recommend the bifurcation of Kahunua Momona. Not sure if anybody had other
I want to
interests.
recommend just deferring it just till we get this thing all in line.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But I have a
But
question.
I don't think we should table it for like the next month. I think
No,
we
no,
should
no.
get on it
Days.
and actually look at it.
The question I had was on just one of the, since Trustee Machado had a question on one, I had a question on this Avayaulu. It's $353,000 for 14 people. That's $25,000 a person. I mean, I just want to know
What
how.
category is that, Trustee?
In the culture section,
For 14.
to train translators with a skill set for the future generations of Hawaii. I think that's a great idea, but the money that's attached to the number, $353,000 for 14 haumana. That's $25,000 a person.
I would speak to that, Madam Chair.
Yep.
I can tell you that I don't think there's a more important project going on in Hawaii to further Hawaiians than this project. And I'll tell you why. What he is doing is he's training a cadre of translators to train translators. We only have about 10% of knowledge of all the documentation, the hundreds of newspapers, the letters between Ali'i. We haven't even scratched the surface to be able to translate all of that so that we can at last understand our own history. We don't know our own history. In order for that to occur, you have to have a huge army of translators. It's not simply a matter of going to the University of Hawaii and getting a degree in Hawaiian language because they don't speak the same language. You have to be able to interpret the context. I mean, it's a very, very difficult translation process, right? So he has really, I think, touched on.
Who's he? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about this program.
I think he's really kind of hit on a key point in moving us forward, as a people by understanding what went before, what really happened. All those newspapers that were translated were basically 90% letters to the editor from everyday Hawaiians that were just talking about what was going on, So finally we'll be able to see, and this project will take a long time.
Yes, it is.
Long, long time, huge challenge. But we would finally be able to piece together our own history so that some non-Hawaiian is not writing our history. It's already written by our own people. So I really think this is a critical project. I'm not going to speak to the total amount of money, but that's the idea, is to train translators.
Trustee Akana, Trustee Ahuna, and then KP.
Yeah. I agree. However, we've paid many people to do translations and put it on videotape. You can go to the Bishop Museum and you'll see all of these newspapers that have been translated already that's done. And Novelmeyer, I know him very well. When I went to the university, it was his first year teaching Hawaiian language there. And I'm not too happy with the grade he gave me. So, anyway, what I want to say is I agree with the chair. It's way too much money for 14 people. 25,000? Hey, I'll go speak Hawaiian. I'll go learn to translate.
In the area of culture, actually, we actually don't like to put a number of people served because our goal in the area of culture is to perpetuate a cultural practice, not serve Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. It's different from our other people serving ones like health and education because the client, I guess, in this case is a cultural practice, and in this case, the cultural practice that we're trying to perpetuate is Hawaiian language.
I just thank you for all the recommendations and concerns. Going back to 2 years ago, I just want to remind everyone that Kauai didn't receive any grants. Zero. We were lucky to get $25,000 to the food bank to help with a backpack program that served underprivileged Hawaiian kids for 3 days of lunch. They would give a backpack every Fridays to the parents without people knowing. And then with these backpacks, you can make food for 3 days for your child. okay, and they only receive 25,000 Kauai. And every year I'm grumbling about this, every single year. But the reason why I do is because it's, it's my job. It's my job. So are we going to forget about what happened 2 years ago and just move on? And then, you know, when we talk about strategic planning, how does Kauai get implement, or how does Kauai, how do we serve the strategic results if nobody getting anything?
Yes. Trustees, mahalo. I know it's getting late and going on. I'm hearing mixed views. What I wanted to say up front, and I just conferred with John Kim. If we delay this approval process any further, it'll be very difficult for administration to prepare a balanced biennial budget for you by the end of June. So one suggestion would be, given we want to move forward, but we have concerns about the grant process. We want to spread the dollar. We also want to look at specific ones. If the board so chooses to defer it, I would suggest the consideration of a special meeting to bring it back early. What we could do is grants reconvene to provide packets on all of the recommendations we have provided, so you have a little bit more detailed information to make a more informed decision. We would also be able to look at what possibilities to look at in terms of the grant categories. But probably to defer to early June will be very, very difficult for us to make biennial budget adjustments. So that is my recommendation to the board for consideration, given the timeline of how many meetings we have per week and what we have to deal with by the end of June to approve the biennial budget and grants.
Just to add to that, we're leaving rural communities behind.
Yes, I know.
Yeah,
Just,
so
yes,
it's
yes.
Yeah, you know, I would suggest co-chair Lindsay on the budget had done what I thought was a really good thing. She had circulated a request for anyone who has concerns on the biennial budget to express it to her, and then at least you have a package of concerns and try to do it. So you might think about doing the same thing with this. Is if anyone has concerns about the grant, that they submit it to your office and see where we are. So that when we come back, at least we know totally, you know, what the general mood of the trustees are on some specifics.
Yes, good suggestion.
Well, next week is the end of the month, Chair.
Yes, we have the RM committee workshop on the biennial budget, and that won't be heard to the BOT to June 8th. Then you have another RM committee meeting on the 7th, which we could do a joint after that for the 8th. That's only if admin is prepared, ready to go with some revisions to
What
what
date
they
is that, Chair?
submitted.
June 8th?
The June 8th is the BOT, which would then approve the biennial budget. So the workshop is set for the 31st for the RM committee, and then Hulu has another RM committee on the 7th. That would be a decision making to refer the biennial budget to the BOT on the 8th.
Right. We would, if we defer this, it'd be very, very, very difficult, trustees, for us to prepare by June 7th.
The revisions to the grant?
Yes. Unless you push the June 7th, 8th out further to mid-June.
Well, the only option would be the 21st and 22nd of June, because the trustees are on the...
Right, they're traveling.
They're traveling to DC on the 9th, and then we're on Maui the 14th, 15th. So the 21st, 22nd would be alternative dates on Wednesday the 21st to have committee meetings, and the BOT on the 22nd.
Pass it on Maui.
I'm not the only one, but I am traveling on the 21st and 22nd.
Chair,
Gotta
we
come
would
back.
need to act at the latest, maybe around the
21st.
21st.
That would include the biennial
Right, yeah.
as well as the community grants.
Is to the 7th.
22nd of June.
It's
Yeah,
too late for them, I think.
that's the only window we have. 'Cause everybody's gone to Maui 14th, 15th. 7th, you already got the biennial decision making and committee referral. And then you got the BOT on the 8th. So he's saying the 7th is too early
Oh,
Yeah.
for them to prepare grants.
Right, Chair. Yeah.
And then, so that's why you would have to push it further down.
well, I think to help administration, we may not have questions on what you're, all the grants that you proposing
Yeah, it's only a
recommendations
few.
for. We have questions on some and not a lot.
A few.
So
Right.
maybe we just work on those and you'll
Sure.
have time to
Yeah.
make the adjustments
Yeah.
or whatever.
So this is about revisions, right? Revisions, yeah.
Yeah, we can
Right.
narrow down. There's many that we do
Right.
agree with.
And
you
then
know.
we want to adhere to some reduction if possible overall from the 6 million if we can. Only get one from Kauai.
I guess my question would be, with this approach of just looking at specific ones to narrow down the concerns of trustees, will we be still be able to return, if not next week, before the 7th? Because that's a very tight deadline.
So if I may ask, our focus really is just on the 23,
Recommendations,
right,
You
yeah.
want it early.
right?
So just the 23 items that are listed on page 6.
And not all of them. Not all of
Right.
the 23, just a
Yeah.
few that
So that'll help.
trustees may have
Right,
questions
so
on.
that'll help. So we can take those out and look at them. But all I'm saying is, because if we defer this, next week is end of May, beginning June, and then you have June. So we would have to come back, and I'll let John speak to a point now, because this is the pressure we're operating under to approve the grants to make it in time for fiscal July 2018. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there is actually two components for the board to consider relating to this matter. So first is obviously the budget. So the budget is going to be prepared to align the board's decision with the recommendation.
Right.
Now, even our new CFO had correctly pointed out that it is possible for us to essentially keep the proposed budget at the current funding level, assuming that there's going to be no changes to the specific focus area and the amounts that are assigned to each area, but the awardees or the grantees can potentially change. So that's one possibility. And if that happens, we'll have to make a way to make an adjustment, or if the board passes the budget as is in the current funding level, then we would potentially have to come back for a realignment once we enter into fiscal 18. The second component of it is these are whatever the board approves for grants. What happens subsequent to that is grants and procurement then works to prepare the grant agreement for all of the awardees, and then try to go into execution to be placed effective July 1st, 2017. So even if it was approved tomorrow, we would essentially have just over a month of time for us to be able to draft the grant agreement and go into execution process to have this in place come July 1st. If
It's probably, we've been late before. So a few weeks, as long as they know they're going to get the money to be
Right, so I'm just trying to inform the board that, it is going to be delayed. It is likely going to be delayed, and because this is a 2-year grant proposal that was evaluated upon, it's something that the administration will have to go back and
And that's
discuss the
some of the
logistics.
considerations. Because I would like to say that they can get year one, but subject to availability for year two. So they cannot really get it automatically, pending that if there's other needs we want to revamp within TAPS to allow for startup, we may tap those monies to be given out during that first year. So I don't want this assumption that providing that there are funds available for year two, we want to be able to make. I'm going to tell you folks something. I feel like every time we accommodate, because we want to, our hearts are big and we want to be able to make these awards so they can continue to do the services. Somehow our concerns kind of get left behind. This is not the first year we're talking about advocacy in the TAPS program to accommodate a new category. In the past, we've used physical reserve to meet some of the grant making, and we've been told by our state auditors that is, you are in your own violation. One time unpredicted is okay, but you cannot come back and use your physical reserve because it's supposed to be used to stabilize your budget. So we really don't have any opportunity if they don't create a consideration within TAPS to allow this to occur for the grants that may want to come up that we would like to see under trustee initiatives. We're going to be eating it all around. So that's why I feel the 24-month, we might have to relax that priority and then allow for that opportunity to be available. If not, we don't know. I'm not sure how we're going to be able to provide that kind of funding in response to community needs. But that's why it's going to require, the only option I can look at this, Trustee Hulu, is that I can file an agenda, a BOT agenda, by Friday to accommodate for June 2nd, but you folks won't be ready by then. If
could be.
June 2nd would be, I'm sorry, June 1st would be a Thursday. We could do a BOT meeting and then do just a workshop with the biennium and do a joint following the 31st with Hulu, back to back on the joint with these grants. And then make the referral to the BOT on the 2nd, on the 1st, which we need to file by this Friday to allow for the grants.
We would have the workshop, the budget biennium workshop in the morning of the 31st. In the afternoon, we have this
joint.
So what if we just recess this meeting until, yeah, so that way you don't have to worry about the agenda.
Your committee can, and then I'll go ahead and start filing one single referrals would be for you to come to the BOT.
That'll be helpful.
All right.
Grants, we'll be ready. Probably I would suggest that Trustee Hulu, Chair, John, we work with you on narrowing the grants down so that your trustee concerns can be addressed to us and then we respond through a packet.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Trustee Apo, did you have any?
So when you talk about the biennium,
No. We're just trying to find a way to buy time so that we can move this along.
And thanks, trustees, administration.
So next week, Thursday, we would have a BOT with one single item, which is the joint committee, which is going to convene on Wednesday. He's recessing to continue on the 31st at 1 p.m.
Right.
On the grants, the community grants that will get referred to the June 1st for consideration.
I'm not feeling good yet because I'm allergic to UVA rays from that sun on me. I had skin cancer. Yes, so I just want to say that, John, when I used to do budgets, you can encumber the money. You're getting the end, like you encumber. I don't know if totally you can or individual grants, but you can encumber so that you can spend it the next year, but you save it so that it's within this fiscal year for accounting purposes.
Just a note for your planning chair. I'm currently off island on June 1st, but please inform me if there will be a problem with quorum.
Trustee, yours is June 1st.
June 1st, the BOT I'm going to file.
So we will, if it's okay, we will recess this meeting to June 1st.
May
31st.
May 31st, sorry,
31st at 1
at
p.m.
1 o'clock.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone objects?
No.
Great
The,
job.
the record will show that we are in recess until 1 o'clock, May 31st.
Thank you.
And at this time, we will go into our BAE meeting. Sorry, folks, it's a long day.
We leave in 3 minutes.
We don't have a quorum on the table.
No. So we have 5 trustees and are able to do business because we have a quorum. Only 4?
Trustee Ahuisa is right
Ahuisa.
there. She's Trustee Ahuisa is up there. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Um, the record will show that we have 5 trustees present. Trustee Ahuna, can we get a 72 motion for a 72-hour
moved, Chair.
waiver on items 4 and 5 of our agenda? Motion made by Trustee Ahuna, seconded by Trustee Hulu Lindsay. Does anyone object? The record will show that 5 trustees present vote in favor of the 72-hour waiver. I'd like to mention that on item 2, approval of the minutes of April 5th, 2017, the minutes are deferred to our next meeting on June 7th. Public testimony, Leimomi Khan.
Aloha Chair for accommodating me, and actually my comments relate to the previous meeting.
Yeah, and I apologize, my fault. I recessed the previous meeting much too quickly.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much. So Leimomi Khan, and I'm just representing myself, and I just wanted to reflect on the comments made during the last meeting as you were working on the grants, and thought I would just share some mana'o. My mana'o is this: first of all, I very much appreciated that the trustees were concerned about assuring that the limited resources that we have are spent in a meaningful way to address the needs of the Hawaiian community. And so in that regard, the first thought I had in mind, especially since you all have agreed to hold some workshop on this issue at some future date, is this: in terms of when looking at grants and considering criteria, I think about health disparities and why it is after many, many years and millions of dollars being given to the state and to the Hawaiian community, why it is that we still have the highest disparities, health disparities in this state. There is something wrong with the way we are spending our money, that we're apparently not making a dent. So for me, when I look at grants or any other kinds of monies, as you address the needs of the Hawaiian community, is first, is there a need? And secondly, what impact will that organization who is seeking monies make to address that need? Thirdly, is anyone else in the community offering something similar? So I heard a little bit of explanation on goodwill, and I thought about Alulike and the training that Alulike gives to prepare people for the workforce. So are we duplicating efforts there in terms of, OHA spending money for something that maybe another Hawaiian organization is already doing? I think about the health disparities and the millions of dollars that flow into the state managed by Papa'ololo, Kahi, and Keola Mamo. So are we duplicating anything there? I think about the fact that neighbor islands, I'm going to talk about health for a minute, have limited medical facilities. We're on Oahu, we have plenty of medical facilities. So if we're looking at grants of offering some services to the neighbor islands versus Oahu, maybe we need to look at the availability of the services available on those islands, so that maybe Kauai's needs are greater than Oahu. So those were the kinds of thoughts that I had as you folks were talking, and because I know that at some point you're going to meet and probably establish some new policies that if you would consider my comments, and again, especially the fact that OHA has a limited amount. I say limited because everything is so expensive nowadays. What cost us $5 million ago and what it would produce 5 years ago versus today is different. And so yeah, bottom line is, are these grants, are these services really making a difference and taking care of the problem? Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Thank you so much, Leimomi. Anyone else? We will move on to new business, and Kavika is here to represent the administration.
Mahalo, Chair. Very good to be spending so much time with the trustees today. Administration calls to the table the lovely Jocelyn Doan, Public Policy Manager, to present on Item A, 2017 OHA Legislative Positioning, Matrix 1. We also call to the table our Senior Public Policy Advocate, Wayne Tanaka.
Hello, Jocelyn.
Aloha,
Hello, Wayne.
Chair.
Aloha.
Aloha, trustees. Thank you so much for staying.
Aloha.
I knew it would be late, but I guess I didn't realize we'd be here until 3. So thank you guys so much for all your hard work today. As you know, session is already Poe, and so we just wanted to, as we normally do, kind of give the, we are going to do a post wrap-up, but this is kind of the end of session. We usually do it the last week of session when we have a better idea of what bills are moving and so forth. Now we have a little bit of even better idea what bills went to the governor. So just for a little context, the intent to veto deadline is June 26th, so the governor will be notifying the public on which bills he intends to veto or is thinking about vetoing. And then the last day for the governor to take action on bills is going to be July 11th. So we have a little ways to go before we figure out what's what. There has been a lot of talk about special session, but there's no concrete plans at this point for special session. As you know, the focus will be, if they have special session, on how to fund the rail project. But it might be prudent. They may think it's prudent to talk about other things. I know they're talking about it, but there's no date set or whatever. So what I'm hearing from the House is that if the Senate's not going to budge, then they're not going to waste their time having a special session. But I'm sure all those fun conversations will continue for the next couple weeks, then we'll have a better idea. I guess I'm a little worried about them reopening a bunch of other things other than the rail tax issue to justify the costs of having special session. And so, that may mean refocusing our team back onto a bunch of stuff. So I guess we'll find out, in the next couple weeks, and we will make sure to let you guys know if we hear anything, and you guys can let us know if you hear anything too. Yeah, okay. We're just hoping it's just on the rail. I mean, that's my hope. Because there's a couple really bad bills that we're concerned about that could, what is that? End of June. That could come back that we'd have to be worried about. And then I'm sure all the trustees know all about the reorganizations happening in the Senate and the House. The big highlights are we have a new WAM chair. That's our lovely friend, Senator Dela Cruz from the Wahiawa district. Keith Agaran is no longer the JDL chair. He is the vice chair of WAM, which handles all the CIPs. There is a new judiciary chair, which is Brian Taniguchi, and a new labor chair, which is Senator Tukura. I think those are the big highlights in the Senate. Oh, and Kai Kahele, Senator Kahele has been named the whip, which I think they're going to try to use. Well, the whips. The purpose of the whip is to get all the votes and figure out who's voting what or whatever. And then in the House, as we know, Representative Saiki is now the speaker. Luke is still the finance chair. There's a couple other leadership positions that moved around there. They didn't come out with the committee chairs yet, which I'm really excited's not the word. wanting to know about. We're particularly obviously care most about the Hawaiian Affairs Chair and the Water Land Chair, and of course the other ones are important too, but those are the ones that we I think worry most about. So we will provide an update when we get that. So moving right along, I think I literally have less than 10 measures to give an update on, and of course if the trustees have other questions, we'll be happy to respond to them. So the first item, I want to go over the OHA related named measures that pass. They're all resos that ask us to do something in one form or another. The first one is on page 11. Item number 61, House Concurrent Resolution 198. This is the Ho'oponopono Task Force. We supported this measure. It came out of a meeting that we had with one of the representatives. It requests OHA to convene a stakeholder group to discuss Ho'oponopono and develop models that support Ho'oponopono as a traditional system of well-being. So we're looking at reintegration and reducing recidivism and healing, etc. We're already basically doing this, so that's why we supported that. So the concurrent resolution passed for that. The next one is on page 14, item number 81, SCR 150. This is the Wilcox Reso. It's kind of, it basically asks us to convene a study group, which is different from a working group. It's much less intense, I think, than a working group. We supported this measure. The idea is to bring recommendations to the legislature on how to honor Robert Wilcox. Specifically, it asks to consider methods for the Department of Education to develop curriculum. That's kind of the one specificity in being asked for by the study group. So there'd be a DOE person a part of that study group. So I don't think this is going to take a lot of energy from us, but it's kind of cool. And so we will be having a discussion about how we implement this. The next item is page 16, item 97, Senate Resolution 33. So only the Senate resolution passed, not the Senate concurrent resolution, which I think is important. This is related to the OHA Elections Task Force. It's basically saying that the Senate is asking us to convene a task force of leaders and scholars and others to review whether or not OHA would be better served by having trustee appointments rather than elections. It specifically asks us to consider the appropriate appointing authority and how to develop a list of qualified trustees. I'm not entirely sure how we decide which requests to do and which ones not to do. So I think we'll be having a conversation with leadership, administrative leadership, and then coming up with some sort of recommendation. Again, so basically the Senate concurrent resolution moved over to the House, and it didn't move out of the House, which was a message from the House saying, like, this is not a priority for us. So, I guess we'll have to come up with a recommendation on what to do about it. That is very similar for the next one, which is on page 17, item 105, Senate Resolution 74. This is the Year of the Hawaiian Resolution. So this bill, the Senate concurrent resolution, moved to the House. They made dramatic changes to be much less specific and actually took OHA out completely. And the Senate wasn't happy with that, so they didn't agree to the changes made in the House. And so not only the Senate version of this measure passed, it would name the Year of the Hawaiian as being declare January 1st, 2018 to June 1st, 2019. And it requests OHA to make a plan to celebrate the Year of the Hawaiian. This is another instance of we'll have to make a recommendation on what to do with a Senate request to OHA. Again, it's only a Senate request. The House did not move. The House's version did not pass. The last one that names OHA is on page 18, item number 110, Senate Resolution 88. This is...
Jocelyn, may I just ask?
Sure.
What was the reason the House did not pass the Year of the Hawaiian resolution?
They did pass it. They amended it substantially. So when the Senate concurrent resolution got back to the House, the Senate disagreed with it.
Okay.
I think that the Hawaiian Affairs Committee in the House wanted to, in a goal of not leaving any organizations out and any achievements out, eliminated most of the provisions that kind of articulated some of the highlights of success, and also took out all the named Hawaiian organizations so as to not leave somebody out. That was the idea that I got from that. And then the Senate was like, well, I don't know, then this defeats what we're trying to do, type of thing. So they just didn't have agreement on what it would look like.
Very good.
Yeah. And then the next one, again, page 18, item number 110, Senate Resolution 88. This is the ADC resolution. We talked a lot about this one. I think we've made some great strides on conversations with ADC since this time. Again, the concurrent resolution didn't pass and never got a hearing in the House. And so this is a message from the Senate, if you will. And we are already kind of doing some of the things that are in here. So. Okay, so I just have a few measures to go over that doesn't name OHA specifically. And the first one, we're going to start back on page 1, item number 2, HB 100. This is the state budget. So we wanted to make an effort to kind of highlight some of the things that we had been supportive of through other measures and or talked about that made it successfully in the state budget. It's huge. We are going to guarantee miss some cool things that the state decided to budget. But just really quickly, Kirk got a little bit over $1 million per year for 15 temporary positions. They got $1.5 million per year for their native dryland forest planting project. And they got $500,000 for fiscal year 18 for the planning and designing of their Maui Education Center. So I thought that was really cool. The Department of Hawaiian Homelands got a total approved operating budget of $25 million. So if you may recall, this is a couple $1 million less than what they got in the last couple years. I think it's consistent with what they asked for, actually, if I'm, well, largely consistent with what they asked for. $6.8 million of that is going to be going to BNF for their fringe costs. I think this is for something like 200 positions. There's no way they're going to fill all of that in the next 2 fiscal years, so that's why the fringe rate's really low. They also, and I've been told that this is historic, got a CIP budget of $44 million, which is going to be funded using general obligation bonds. $1 million of that is going to go to GIAs for community associations, and million for GIAs. Okay, and then a bunch of the other projects include, I mean, I have a list of them here. Kaumana subdivision, Ka'u water system, Hanapepe residential subdivision, water system improvements, Leali Parkway and highway improvement, a bunch of lot improvements, construction and equipment for lot development on Oahu, Waimanalo Ag Lot Development, Pulehunui Development Sewage Treatment, Kula Repair and Maintenance. So there's a Molokai and Kauai Water Systems Repair and Maintenance. And again, there were GIAs which could go, which I'm assuming, as it's characterized, could be going to community associations within the homestead. I think there was some discussion this morning about rapid OHIA death funding. We looked through the worksheets and the bill and found, the only thing we found for ROD response was $750,000 each year. Not to OHA. I'm supposed we could benefit, particularly if it's implemented, projects are implemented near and around our project, around our lands, but, and the last thing, oh, I'm sorry, two more things. UH Promise, I think we talked before about the scholarship program that they were looking at creating. The budget got $1.8 million per year for tuition waivers for residents that go to community colleges. The program was originally envisioned when it was a separate bill to target Native Hawaiians, low-income students, and underserved regions and populations. So that could be really exciting. This money could be really exciting for tuition waivers for Native Hawaiian students going to community college. And then the last thing I wanted to mention, which I'm kind of on the fence about just because I think it's kind of possibly depressing, is the charter school additional funding. There were multiple measures moving. One was for preschool funding, and one was for facilities. The facilities measure did not move. And so there's no funding for that. Neither did the preschool measure, but Monica got confirmation from the Charter School Commission that their 4-year grant that they had applied for, they got 2-year, they're getting 2 more years. So those programs will continue with the federal funds that they got. It looks like the per pupil statewide allocation may have increased for all DOE students, which may result in a little bit extra money per pupil for the charter schools. We don't have the breakdown for that at this point. And the charter school budgeting is very complicated because what happens in the middle of the year is they do this true up thing. And so what they looks like they're going to get, in the beginning of the year may not be what they get at the end of the year. So it looks like all schools may be getting a little bit more per pupil, including the charter schools, but I'll just keep it at that. And so if there are no more questions about the state budget bill, I'm going to move on to a couple other measures. So on page 2, item number 8, House Bill 209. I think we may have only talked about this particular measure once. It was an omnibus tax bill. So the really cool thing and something that we've supported for quite some time is that resulted from this measure is that it is going to create a state earned income tax credit, basically. The federal earned income tax credit is known as being one of the most effective anti-poverty measures, and it's always had bipartisan support federally. So this would result in a state equivalent. So that means the poorest workers, especially those with children, will have a little bit more money to spend and reinvest back into the community. We only commented on this one because the bill had a bunch of other things in it, and we were focusing our support specifically on the earned income tax credit, which was in another measure as well. So we're super excited about this one. Also on page 2, item number 12, House Bill 451 is the DHHL lessee blood quantum reduction. There are multiple measures moving. What's ended up going to the governor is a measure that would reduce the blood quantum for successors, which means this is after the death of the lessee, for spouses, grandchildren, children, and siblings from 1/21 to 1/32. So, I think it's going to create more stability and keeping families in their homes for the families that are already already have leases, which is, I think, a really good thing. I think there were proposals to go beyond that and allow the lessees to transfer during their lifetimes to their family members, and that aspect of the bill did not make it.
Trustee Ahuna and Trustee Lindsay?
Just for me, I think that's a racist bill because there's no other person or race in America that has that except for Hawaiians. Not an immigrant has it, no tourist has it, nobody has it. And it brings up the point that in America you can inherit from your mom or your family. Here you cannot.
I know that's, I know what my colleague is saying, but
Yeah.
it's a moot subject right now because it does operate out of the Congress of
Right.
the United States. My question is, if the governor signs this bill,
Yeah.
does it have to go to Congress to get final approval?
That's the language in the bill actually would require it to go to Congress, anticipates it will go to Congress.
And just to add to that, Chair, Trustee, we've also, under the current federal regulations regarding Department of Hawaiian Homelands, it was also clarified that these types of measures would go to the Department of the Interior for review. In speaking with the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations, even if that explicit language that Jocelyn mentioned wasn't in there, their assumption is that this is something that would certainly require congressional consent.
Yeah, because having read the act at one point, it all depends on the seriousness of the request being made. If it's just a minor thing, you don't have to go to Congress, but this is a major thing because it does change the blood quantum for that specific succession. So I thought in my mind too that it would require the Congress. I just wanted to see if you folks could clarify.
The trustee is correct.
So when it
So
goes
I
to
just wanted
Congress,
to
again,
say, Trustee, I appreciate the concern about Congress deciding who is and is not Hawaiian enough for this program. I think that what this bill does is actually the exact opposite of what you're suggesting. I think this bill, one, is more in line with what our people, well, Prince Kuhio, who had advocated for this bill, envisioned in the first place. And, you know, two, makes it, by reducing the blood quantum, we're in some ways kind of not eliminating, but maybe mitigating this kind of concern about who's Hawaiian enough, et cetera. But, you know, I think there are people in our community actually who, on the flip side, think that a high blood quantum is appropriate. So, I mean, that's just the diversity of opinions in our community.
So,
Senator says that they also think that the families will take care of the properties because it'll let them ability to go to the banks to give them mortgage to fix up their houses. Some are just falling apart and they don't care because they think, oh, I'm not going to stay here. Yeah, so that was factored into this bill.
absolutely right. Absolutely right. But for me, oh, that's kind of hard. It's really hard, you know. And it's that I don't see how it's equitable to everyone who lives in America. It's like you're treating us differently. And I don't understand how we can do that. But the thing is, if what I'm trying to say is this has nothing to do with fulfilling the obligation of Hawaiian homes of putting Hawaiians on the land. This is how you can manage the Hawaiian issue, blood quantum. But for me, I want to fulfill the obligation of Hawaiian homes and putting all Hawaiians on the land. That's what it's meant for. So the thing is, you know, there's other attachments like on blood quantum that doesn't allow you to have that. And I don't see why we cannot look into that again. I mean, like blood quantum. I don't understand why like we're the only race that has it.
So, Trustee, is your question why should we be looking at eliminating the blood quantum requirement for DH Shell?
Well, if it's going
completely, or just any? Are you talking? I guess my question is: are you asking if it should be for all Hawaiians, regardless of how much blood quantum you have, or for anybody?
Well, for me, it's about the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, that
Right.
putting Hawaiians on the land.
Right.
Okay, now it's about what good blood quantum. What happened to fulfilling the obligation of putting the Hawaiian on the land first, is what I'm trying to say. But I understand. I support this too. No, don't get me wrong.
136.
The 136, I mean, because
For
we have to move
everybody.
it, yeah. But the thing is, we supporting something that, like, I shouldn't be putting one, like, I'm saying that it's okay to put one quantum on the Hawaiians. And I don't want to be that person to say that, because we don't even have that authority to do that. But yet we're doing that to ourselves.
Okay. The next measure is on page 3, item number 18, House Bill 575. I just wanted to bring this measure to the trustees' attention. I think you may recall there was, at the very end of session, a bill that we were concerned about related to extending public leases for public lands, and there was a specific Mauna Kea concern, which was confirmed by the legislator who moved that bill. So that bill died at the end of session. So that bill is another reason why I'm concerned about special session. But anyway, this bill is kind of related because, but it's not something to be concerned about. So as you may recall, for years there have been legislative attempts to address the issue related to hotels and resorts on public land, specifically the Banyan Drive properties. And so there have been previous legislation which kind of lifted the restrictions that apply to all public leases specifically for these resort areas, and some of them worked out and some of them didn't. So this is an attempt to continue to look into that issue. The bottom line is they need investment into those properties in order to continue to, for the lessees, in order for the lessees to continue to invest in those properties, they need some assurances, both I think from their financiers that they're going to be able to have these leases for a longer period of time. And so what this would do is that it would allow state commercial or industrial lands leases to start negotiations before the end of the lease, which is currently prohibited. So DLNR, within 10 years of the end of the lease, could send out a notice to say, is anybody else interested in these leases? So is there maybe another company that, you know, might want this lease? And if they don't get any responses, then they can directly negotiate with the current lessee for an extension. If there is interest by another organization, then it would have to go out for public auction. So I think it kind of alleviates our concerns that it's not just direct negotiation with, you know, one potential lessee when there may be better uses for those lands outside of the current lease. And it specifically allows extensions of leases for governments and school agencies beyond the current 65-year lease cap, but it specifically says it cannot be applied to Mauna Kea lands leased by the University of Hawaii. So that's kind of the impetus behind, the impetus behind this is for the hotels and resorts that are currently on state land. They have different challenges as relates to their leases. You have a question, Trustee? No, okay.
I'm amazed.
Okay, so what about it? Yes, yes. Okay, so the last measure, and I'm going to let Wayne do it, this is his favorite bill, is on page 8, item number 43, Senate Bill 895. This is the criminal trespass bill. So this is one of two bills that we oppose that are with the governor. We've already sent the governor our requests for vetoing the two bills. It's this one and the bridge one, which we're not going to go over again because we talked about it at length. But
So you may recall this measure would make it a lot easier for someone to get a criminal trespass citation for being on state lands. Basically, as long as there's signs every half mile that say government property, no trespassing, then they'd be subject to criminal citation, arrest, and so forth. And so we've been raising concerns regarding the chilling effect this may have on practitioners who may not want to risk, the chance of being arrested and having to go to court and prove that they have traditional custody rights. We also raise concerns regarding the impacts this may have on the houseless community, not only just in the fact that it doesn't really do anything to address the underlying issues, but there's a lot of, I think, anecdotal evidence that giving someone a criminal citation makes it a lot harder for them to actually deal with getting out of their circumstances. A lot of times, folks, they'll have a court date, but they won't remember, won't be able to make it, and they have a bench warrant, and then they go apply for identification or a job or housing, and then they're kind of stuck. And so we've been raising these concerns. We met with the AGs and try to talk, tell them about our perspective. It does seem like they forwarded at least one of our recommendations, which was to at least make sure that the citations issued under this new trespass statute don't count towards the habitual offender statute, which would make it a felony if you got 3 citations, which would totally exacerbate our concerns. So the committee draft does address that and says that any citations issued under this bill should not count towards the habitual offender statute.
and that's it. Okay.
Thank you, Josie. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, if you would indulge administration, we'd like to, since we have public policy up, we'd like to take unfinished business out of order. Unless, Jocelyn, you don't have anything to present there? Okay. In that case, unless the committee has any questions regarding Roman numeral 5A, we would move on to the Native Hawaiian Revolving Loan Fund item under under new business. Is that all right?
Did you complete Matrix 2?
There's no update from
Since
the
our
last
last
time
update.
that we met. The there, I mean, it's possible that the governor vetoes the bill, which I'm not anticipating happening. So we sent him a letter saying we really would love for you to support our budget bill. So yeah.
Item 4B. Oh, thank you. We'll just move on to item B then.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the appointment of Mystic
Thanks. Yes.
Thank you,
Pali
Jess.
Oreo, Native
Second.
Hawaiian Revolving Loan Fund, Board
Second.
of Directors.
Thank you, Trustee Lindsay, for your motion. Trustee Ahuna for your second to that motion. Do we have any discussion?
Call for the vote.
If we could have a roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Thank you, trustees. Item 2A is approved. Any community concerns? Any announcements? Well, thank you, Trustee Lindsay, Trustee Ahuna, Trustee Aquina, Trustee Ahuisa,
Chair, I
Felico,
move that we
all
adjourn.
the staff
Second.
who are here.
Thank you
And
for
second.
hanging in there.
Anyone objects to our meeting be adjourned?
No.
Meeting is adjourned, and go and have a hot cup of chocolate.
Wait, I got a question. Because that's not my point. You said nothing to do. The reason why I speak about this is in light of coronavirus.
Thank you, everyone.
What a long day.
Oh, big. Yeah, haven't had one of these in a while. So we got a lot done.
I was gonna go home because get the kakao meeting in Maui tonight.
Gonna stay.
Dinner. So, yeah,